for them to do so. Members of the meeting are asked to keep their microphones and cameras switched off until called to speak, and switch off their microphones and cameras off once they have finished speaking. To indicate a wish to speak, members should request to do so using the chat function, and I'd be obliged if they could also raise their hand electronically, and remembering to take it down once they've been called. At the end of the debate on each item of business, there will be a vote. Members should vote using the meeting chat function by indicating for, against, or abstain, and I will declare the result after each vote. Officers are in attendance but will keep their cameras and microphones switched off unless called to speak. There may be a break depending on how long the meeting lasts. Looking at the agenda, I suspect it's going to be quite a long event, so there may well be a break. And in consequence of the number of items on the agenda, where appropriate, brevity would be appreciated from all those contributing. Membership of the meeting, I'm just going to call each individual member of the committee to provide or announce their names and introduce themselves to the public. I'm going to start with Judy.
Good morning, my name's Judy Billing and I'm County Councillor for Hitchin North and leader of the Labour group on Hertfordshire County Council.
Eric.
Good morning, I'm Eric Buckmaster, a member of this panel, and I represent Sawbridgeworth Ward.
Francis.
Good morning, I'm Frances Button, County Councillor for Rickmansworth East and Oxley Park.
Ken.
Good morning, I'm Ken Crofton, I'm the County Councillor for Hertford Rural and District Councillor for Walkham Ward.
Bob.
Hello, I'm Bob Deering. I'm the County Councillor for Hertford St Andrews Division. I'm also the Deputy to Ralph as the Chairman of this panel.
Adam.
Hello, I'm Adam Mitchell and I'm the County Councillor for Broadwater and Stevenage.
Richard.
Good morning, County Councillor Richard Smith representing the division of Welwyn.
Sharon. Do we have Sharon on the call?
Sharon's just sent a message in the chat.
Ah. Okay, we'll pick that one up as and when she's able to join the meeting. Andrew Williams is the only apology that we have for today, assuming that Sharon manages to get into the meeting. Phil.
Yeah, hi, good morning, everyone. Phil Williams from Three Rivers Rural.
Tim.
Good morning, everyone. It's Tim Williams here. I represent the Woodside Stanborough division in the North Watford area. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Paul.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Paul Jakowski. I'm the Deputy Leader of the Lib Dem Group on Hertfordshire County Council and I represent Hatfield South Division.
Thank you all. I'm sure when Sharon arrives, we'll acknowledge and introduce her into the discussion. Apologies for absence, as I've mentioned. The only apology we have is from Andrew Williams. He's taking his son to university today, and good luck with that one. Members' interests. Members are advised to provide the meeting with any pecuniary or other interests which might affect their consideration of the agenda, and I would suggest they do so either up front or on the item which may be of concern to them. There are two exclusions from the necessary arrangements in this respect, and they are printed on the form. I'm not necessarily going to read them out, but they do give us cover for issues relating to our other appointments in Hertfordshire. Minutes of the last meeting. We have a long part 1 minute, but very short part 2. So I'm going to ask if anybody has any issues in relation to those minutes, and I see that Paul would like to ask a question on that.
Thank you, Ralph. I'm afraid that the minutes as presented are ones that we would not be able to support as an accurate reflection of the meeting that occurred some little time ago, largely around the reporting back about item 8, the local government reform. We think that the cramming of all the opposition and concern expressed in that meeting into one single point and one single paragraph, subsequently followed by a series of paragraphs suggesting that all those points were adequately addressed, is an inadequate reflection of the meeting. In terms of specific things, I'd also like to point out that the very first paragraph mangles our leader's information fairly badly, in that his surname is not included whatsoever. So I think that those minutes do not reflect the meeting, and we've had a discussion as our group of Lib Dems on here, so we will not be supporting the minutes.
Okay, Paul, I just ask Elaine, or through Scott through to Elaine, if they feel that the minutes themselves accurately represent the
meeting, PZ.
Sorry, Sharon, are you joining us?
We're trying to get Sharon on. We're just having IT issues at the moment.
You're in the meeting, and I can see Sharon standing to the left of you.
Oh, right, I can't see you.
Allow her to sit down and take.
I will.
Then that would be
take this. Yeah, into my office. Right. There you go. Thank you.
Okay. Can I ask Scott and Elaine if they can make any comments regarding the reflection of the minutes and the discussion that took place?
Chair, again, I read through the draft minutes and felt that they were, they reflected the mood and the discussions contained within the meeting. Again, I think minutes are always, they're not verbatim minutes in the sense that they capture absolutely every point. I think it is, for members, if they wanted to add any corrections to those minutes or any additions to those minutes for the committee to take a decision, or the panel to take a decision on today, then that's up to for yourselves to consider. But in terms of a draft set of minutes, I was content with them.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back to your point, Paul, in a moment, but I see Tim would like to contribute.
Thank you, Ralph. I noticed on the actual minutes there, I know we're in new territory now, highlighting YouTube and where they are sort of thing, but all the other minutes actually had one link for that item. But for some reason on this set of minutes, there's 3 links, 2 of them directly to sort of David Williams and 1 to the whole item. Perhaps it should have been uniformity that we should just put in the 1 link. Okay,
I think the admin team will take that comment on board, I'm sure. I saw another hand come up, but I can't spot it at the moment. So I'm just going back to my, yes, Stephen, I see you've got your hand up.
Thank you, Chairman. I was present, as you know, at that meeting.
Yes.
Clearly, minute 8.1 is clearly incorrect, apart from the typo and the fact that my name is not included. But 8.7 is not an accurate reflection. One particular key point has been missed from that I and at least 2 other members raised, and that was a proposal for a single unitary Hertfordshire of 1.2 million being too large and too unlocal. That was a specific point, and it's not mentioned in 8.7, and I think that is where the minute is definitely inaccurate. It is mentioned in the YouTube video, but it's not mentioned in 8.7.
Okay, thank you very much, Stephen. What I'm going to do is I'm going to propose that we accept the minutes as they are, although I will ask the technical team and the administration to just go back and review the recording of the meeting and just just report back at the next meeting if they feel that the minutes captured what they believe to be the essence of the meeting, and we'll discuss any particular points then, rather than try to recall what we did some month or about a month ago. Can everybody agree, accept that arrangement? If you'd like to put in the I'm
not going to correct 8.7, which is clearly factually inaccurate.
I will
8.1, sorry, 8.1, which is factually inaccurate.
I will ask the team if they could review and see whether that was a specific point that they thought was relevant to go in to the minutes.
It's the missing. My name is missing, Ralph. That's the point. You have missed 2 points that I've raised and Paul have raised. It is factually incorrect. If you agree a minute that's factually incorrect, that is an anachronism.
I am proposing that we accept the minutes subject to the administration team reviewing that situation and reporting back at the next meeting. I can't recall. I know you contributed. I'm not saying that you didn't. I'm just saying that it would be, from my perspective, better for us to ask the admin team to review the whole of the concerns that have been raised, and thereby report back at the next meeting any corrections that might be appropriate. Sharon, you've got your hand raised.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Sorry, I was just unmuting myself. First of all, my apologies for late arrival. It was some technical difficulties my end, so apologies for that. Stephen is quite right to challenge this minute. It is absolutely, I'm absolutely clear, because I've been having this debate many times in many different places. But one of the issues we raised was the size of the new single unitary being proposed by the leader of the county council. That is, you know, that there is no doubt in my mind that that was discussed at that meeting. If that is not, I know you've said that you're going to ask the team to look at that minute again, but it's difficult to vote for a minute when you know that one of the very key points. I'd also say that the wording saying the future calibre and diversity of councillors, it was really about the ability of councillors to attend meetings and, you know, attracting councillors to come to meetings when they were only going to be available during the day, and when councillors would have to travel across the county to get to the meetings. That isn't about calibre, that is about attracting a broad base of councillors. And in district councils, where we have meetings in the evening, it does enable those who are at work during the day to take part in the democratic life of our communities. So that was the issue that was raised. It wasn't to do with calibre. I don't know where that word came from.
Okay, thank you, Sharon, for the contribution. As I said, there are a number of issues raised here in relation to the content of the minute and its accuracy, and I'm sure that most of those comments have been taken on board. I'm proposing that the admin team review those minutes and bring back to the next meeting their view as to what the minute was meant to have been representative of, and we can discuss those, as we will probably have an opportunity for those members who have raised these issues to discuss those privately outside the meeting with the admin team to emphasise their concerns, and we'll take the amendments proposed at the next meeting. Paul, I see you've raised your hand again.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. What I was going to propose was that if you were content to do so, I think we would be content to agree the minutes except for that particular item, that item should go back to the admin team for review and come to the subsequent meeting for a panel agreement. And in that position, we could agree the remainder of the minutes.
Okay, I think that's a reasonable compromise, given the concerns that have been raised regarding the extent of the minutes and their content. So I'm happy to agree that that is the proposal, that we agree the minutes without the agreement of item 8, but item 8 will be brought back at the next meeting. And I suggest that if those who have concerns raise those outside the meeting with the admin team, and the admin team will then check the recording of the meeting and consider whether or not they were pertinent or not in terms of including in the minutes. Given that it's not a verbatim report, it is a minute of a discussion that took place, and it was a quite wide-ranging discussion at that time. So can I ask for your agreement to agreeing the minutes, both part 1 and part 2? Part 2 is very small, subject to
Chairman, my hand raised.
Make me brought back.
Chairman, I have my hand raised.
Sorry, Judy, I'm apologies for missing you.
That's okay. I mean, in a sense, Paul has been less hard line on this than I would have wanted to be, which I know is pretty unusual. But in most of my local government experience, the chair of a panel or committee agrees the draft minutes, which means that you knew perfectly well what you were doing when you agreed that minute. And for that reason, I'm not content that they just be slightly tinkered with, because I too was absolutely astounded to read the bit about the calibre of people who would be attracted, because I knew that that wasn't what was intended. So it's not acceptable to me that we just wait another round before that conversation is properly documented, and therefore I will be voting against the minutes, albeit that Paul is being rather kinder than I am this morning, which, as I say, is extraordinarily unusual.
Okay, thank you, Judy. I would perhaps characterise it as being more pragmatic, but there we are. I'm proposing that we adopt the minutes subject to the exclusion of item 8, which will be reviewed during the period between this and the next meeting, and that minute will be brought back then for review. Can I ask for those who are in a position to indicate their support for that, or otherwise on the chat line, please? Just waiting for the admin team to tot up the votes. I think from my observation that there's a majority at least in support. Yes, the majority is agreed. Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for the discussion. And I'm sure the admin team will review those. And as I've suggested, if you have an issue that you particularly want to emphasise, please discuss it with them during the period between now and the next meeting. And Sharon, I note your hand is up.
Thank you, Chair. Can I request that Judy and my vote against this is noted, please, in the minutes of this meeting? I think it's so important that this was got right at this meeting. So okay. Can our votes against please be noted?
I'm sure the admin team will do so. And I think Eric, you've also got your hand up.
I think that was an error. My mouse was hovering. Sorry, okay. Chair.
Fine, thank you. A legacy hand. All right. Okay, so minutes. Passing to the next item is public petitions. We don't have any. And we're moving on to item 3, which is the Hertfordshire County Council Performance Monitor Q1. I think Alex and Martin are on the line and will be presenting this to us.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everybody. As you say, I'm on the line to give you an introduction, and Martin Orst is here as well to help answer any questions you may have. First of all, if I may, I will attempt to share my screen so I can do a brief presentation to give you some introduction on some of the highlights to the report. So hopefully that will prove relatively straightforward. And hopefully you should now be seeing the presentation in front of you.
We have so.
Great, fantastic. So this report provides an overview of the Council's performance for Q1 of 2020-21. It is the first full quarter since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, and as a result, the first in which the impacts of it on service results can be observed. I suppose it also does mean that comparisons from the previous years have to perhaps be made with a bit more caution, given we are perhaps kind of measuring different times, as it were. And I should say, before I go on any further, you will be aware that later on in the agenda we have a COVID impact monitor, and that does cover some of the similar topics, albeit with perhaps more, well, with more up-to-date data, but without perhaps the time to give a more considered perspective on some of their implications. We thought it was important to continue with the quarterly performance monitoring system, not least because these quarterly updates, which whilst do cover an earlier time frame, do hopefully provide an opportunity for more reflective commentary on what we're seeing at the same time. So within that context, I want to pick out, as ever, a few key highlights from the report. Starting with adult care and health, first thing to note is that due to the pandemic, rates of delayed transfer of care and rates of permanent residential admissions have not been reported on in this particular quarter due to, I suspect, kind of obvious pandemic response reasons. However, commentary on the COVID-19 has been included in these sections, basically outlining a bit more about the impact that was being experienced more widely on care homes at this time. The report also, as you'll see in the presentation, shows there was a significant drop in safeguarding concerns and inquiries at the start of lockdown, with the risk of that abuse may not have been reported. However, there are some more positive signs towards the end of the quarter that numbers were returning to levels seen prior to the pandemic. And I think that's one of the things we will see in a few of the kind of areas I will highlight, is that clearly actually numbers in some areas which may have been previously seen as positive were going down during this time, but I think more of an indication of pent-up demand than anything else. And with that, sort of moving on to children, young people and families, they have seen reduction this quarter in the rate of referrals to specialised services, number of children subject to a child protection plan, and the number of requests for education, health and care plans. As I say, in normal times, this may have been seen as positive. However, a key factor in this is likely to be the limited school attendance for most during the quarter, and a significant increase in demand for services anticipated from now onwards, essentially, as schools obviously have returned full time. So those are the two slides kind of looking at the kind of the children, young people and family issues I've just mentioned. In terms of community safety and waste management, this quarter did see a rise in both deliberate and secondary fires. This follows a national trend, and it's felt to be likely due to a combination of the dry weather that was being experienced during this period, and indeed COVID-19 restrictions leading some people to burn their garden waste at home, often not necessarily with positive results. There was also a significant decrease of over 50% in the number of road traffic collisions attended by the fire and rescue service, once again due to the marked reduction in road travel due to COVID-19 restrictions during this period. Unemployment claimant counts in this quarter saw a big increase in unemployment numbers, more than doubling during the quarter. The number of young people not in education, employment or training, or NEET, also increased slightly this quarter, and I suspect it comes as no surprise that figures in both areas are expected to increase further during the course of this financial year. More broadly, as expected, activity in a range of different service areas were also impacted by the pandemic and lockdown during Q1. This includes areas like the delivery of the NHS health checks, sexual health services, safe and well visits and risk-based inspections in terms of community protection, safety critical highways works and healthy walks. In libraries also, as you would expect, we've seen a big decline in library issues and visits, given all library buildings were closed for the quarter. We've also seen a decrease in online library visits, mainly due to digitally exclude customers not being able to use library PCs at this time, as I say, because library buildings were closed. However, worth noting, online issues did run at more than twice the level of the same period in 1920, obviously giving some access to normal customers to library books and other materials. And in terms of resources and performance, there has been a reduction in annual sickness per employee in Q1 by 0.5 days down to 6.6 days per year, as opposed to 7.1 days in Q4. This is felt to be due to a number, once again, of lockdown-related impacts, including those on significant health conditions, taking time off sick, shielding on full pay. Which would normally which wouldn't be covered in this particular figures, and homework, providing greater potential for employees to continue to work whilst feeling slightly unwell. There are also, once again, perhaps not unexpectedly, seen a significant decrease in the total number of business miles claimed during this quarter. This quarter was 72% down, less than the same period last year. And a couple of final things moving away from COVID for the final part of the presentation. This quarter's report also outlines the results of the annual Adult Social Care Survey conducted during the last quarter of each financial year. This showed an increase in the percentage of adults satisfied with overall care and support, up to 68% compared to just under 60% the previous year. And the report also includes the finalised annual waste data for 1920. This showed, as you can see, a reduction in the volume of residual household waste in this year, and an increase in the amount that was recycled and composted. However, there was also an increase in the percentage sent to landfill due to competition in availability of regional energy recovery facilities. And that brings us to the end of the presentation. I will now seek to return my screen, and very happy to take any questions or comments members may have.
Thank you, Alex. A bit of an echo somewhere. Just ask everybody to make sure they got their microphones turned off. I think that's resolved itself. I got Adam first, and then Paul.
Thank you, Ralph. I'm just looking at my phone because I haven't got my screen in front of me. So I'm looking at this report, and I think we've talked about this before, Ralph, that there's going to be a review of the sort of figures that we look at and the targeting and things. I know there's been other priorities sort of more recently, but I was just wondering if you could sort of give us an update on when we're going to review these, because one of the examples that I would point out is the number of secondary fires, where it looks like we're targeting hundreds of fires. And which just looks a bit strange, and I was just wondering if there will be some form of review of this report sort of in the next few months.
Okay, thank you, Adam. Do I suggest that's Martin's or Adam's response?
I'll take that one, Ralph. Yes, absolutely. You're quite right, Adam. We have been focusing on a few other things at the moment, but the review is ongoing, in fact, and we will bring that forward for the next, which will be, I think, presentation to the December meeting of this panel, and we'll make sure that the services are, through the process we've already got in place, focus on any changes that they want to make that are appropriate, particularly in the light of COVID and how that might affect targets.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you very much.
Paul?
Thank you, Ralph. The first thing I wanted to just point out to everybody, I think is very pleasing, is our children looked after have the attendance at school has changed. I raised this at the last panel as being something of really significant concern, because at the time it suggested that over 50% of our children looked after weren't attending school. And that's actually now changed in this report, which is very pleasing to see, to I think less than 25% who are failing to attend school. I think 25% is still too much, and I'm sure that attention on that is going to be taken in the relevant panel. But it is good to see that once we got past the kind of 1st of September, the kids have actually been going back to school. That's really pleasing to see. I wanted to express concern really on 516 and 519, the unemployment claimant counts. This, of course, is to June, so it's still in the period where furlough was fully operational. I think we can only expect that number to grow, and people who are on the unemployment register, of course, are also likely to be eligible for council tax relief, and that means that we don't get income from the council tax. We'll forgo that. That's mentioned elsewhere in the papers. I think it's a real challenge for us as a county, what's happening with unemployment, and it's very, very concerning indeed. So I just think it needed to be raised at this panel.
I think we're all concerned in relation to the national situation and the impact it's having on employment. I'm not sure that other than recognising the concerns and preparing the service departments for any increase in service requirements as a consequence, I'm not sure what we as a council can do regarding it, other than looking perhaps to support some of the initiatives that have been brought forward, particularly in relation to employment for younger people. But I'm more than happy to discuss anything that you think is appropriate for us to be considering.
Well, I do think there are a couple of things. Clearly, redoubling our efforts in support of the LEP might not be a bad thing to do at this particular juncture. I think fully recognising education support training needs perhaps via the LEP is also something that we ought to be doing. But I'd also express concern around children looked after and their future employment, and actually that is something that as corporate parents should be something that is very much our focus, and I do think additional efforts in that direction might be appropriate given the difficulties that some of those children might face trying to find gainful employment.
I think that's a very fair comment, Paul, and perhaps your representatives on the children's panel could raise that as an issue in relation to the LEP, because the LEP technically, I guess, is on the growth team's agenda. Do have Scott here, who's very familiar with the LEP situation, and I think the LEP has been publishing information in relation to their involvement with securing and/or improving employment prospects in the county. Scott, perhaps you might make any comments on that.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, no, the LEP is providing a lot of data now out to all of the organisations across the county. That is going to be able to show the state of the economy and the responses that we're providing businesses at the moment. So yeah, there's a lot of information available, and I can point councillors to that as and when is required.
Thank you, Scott. And I think I'm including a little bit of an introduction to that in my council report for next month. So perhaps you might read that as well. I see Sharon is next in line, hand up.
Thank you, Chairman. Just going straight on from that item, I have a couple of others. The LEP has done quite a lot. I'm a LEP board member, so I should declare an interest probably on the minutes. But the LEP has done a very detailed assessment of what this picture might look like in Hertfordshire over the next few months, and they're looking at potentially 60,000 jobs being lost in Hertfordshire, which is a massive. It will be a massive total for us. And they have done a very detailed analysis of the various sectors in Hertfordshire and how they will be affected. And of course, as you would expect, it affects different parts of the county in very different ways. So I think we have to be very conscious of this. We have to monitor it very carefully and closely. I hope that the economic cell is doing that. I did ask Scott a question about that at a briefing meeting earlier this week, because I think we need a proper, clear plan that incorporates both the LEP, the county council and district councils in a recovery plan for our county. I have a recovery task force set up in Stevenage, and we'll have a set of actions for that. But I think we need to do that as a county. Maybe the economic cell of the local resilience forum has done that, but I think it's something that needs doing urgently. But from the point of view of this panel, I think there are some really important things that we need to think about in terms of both business rates and council tax. We already have a significant budget gap, as we're all aware. Should the take on council tax and business rates dip any further, and it may do, bearing in mind the job situation and the business situation, that's going to have an even worse impact on county council finances going forward. So we need to be very aware of that. The other point on this, Chair, is to point out the fantastic work that our Money Advice Unit have done. And if there's one thing, key action we could take now, it will be to make sure that the Money Advice Unit have sufficient resources to expand the work they're doing to support our residents and people who find themselves perhaps for the first time in a situation where they need advice and support over benefits and other issues that, you know, the sort of arena that people come into when their job suddenly disappears. The Money Advice Unit is fantastic. So I hope we can make sure they've got enough resources to deal with what is likely to be a significant increase in their work. The two other points I wanted to raise was around the child protection issue. I hope that when we look at this next time, we can see whether, now that the young people are back at school, this gets back to a more normal level. So I'd be very concerned. We've seen a very significant increase in domestic abuse because of lockdown. And I'm worried that the safeguarding of our young people has been affected by the fact that young people aren't in school. And I hope that now they're back at school, we'll see that that gets back to a more normal level. And what I'd like us to do is flag up that we need to, I know the Children's Panel will do that as well, but from our point of view, I think we just need to flag up that we should check that at the next performance monitor to make sure that that is getting to a more normal level. I hope it's not been impacted on over the longer term. The third point is around adult care and the vulnerability assessment for the financial aspects of adult care services. We have seen some of our adult care providers getting into significant difficulty already over the course of this financial year. That's not going to get any easier for them as their costs have increased for PPE, for staffing, for emergency staffing when staff have to self-isolate. So I think that's a big issue for the County Council, and I hope that there's been a full and proper vulnerability assessment for adult care to make sure that we are taking account of those. And just if I can have a quick last one, Chair, I've been hearing from our colleagues in the police that there is a significant issue around young people absconding and, you know, from our children looked after care settings. We don't monitor that as part of this performance monitor, but I'm wondering if I know that it's really an issue for the Children's Panel, I understand that, but in the longer term, whether we need something in our performance monitor to have a look at that, because particularly during the pandemic, that's been of concern because, you know, we're not sure where they are when they're out of the children's homes. And that's been a particular concern to our colleagues in the police because it's made a big difference to them having to try and find them as quickly as they can. So they were my points. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Sharon. I'll just divide those up if I may. I think Alex has shown a hand up, which I suspect is going to be in response to the safeguarding, and perhaps you could also address the last point there about absconding in terms of an additional item in the report.
Thank you, Chairman. Certainly on that last point, we can look into what we can possibly add into future reports. I completely understand the concern expressed there. I just a couple of points I was just going to sort of mention, picking up some of the items or the points that were made on the left side. Worth perhaps mentioning that the growth and planning cabinet panel last month, they received a presentation from Neil Hayes, a director at the LEP, which outlines many of the issues that have been expressed and the concerns expressed there. So perhaps worth looking at the slides on that, which I understand are on the website. I'm also sort of picking up on the issue around kind of children looked after and the concerns about attendance at school, which I know have been picked up a couple of times. I think initially, as Councillor Sikowski mentioned at the when we looked at the previous COVID report at the previous Cabinet panel, we have requested, and indeed, whilst I was speaking, received a note about kind of what Children's Services are doing in terms of that issue, which we will be circulating around the panel as soon as we can.
Thank you, Alex. Scott, I might just ask the economic cell, the issues that were raised by Sharon, and in particular, perhaps addressing the ACS her concerns regarding supporting the sector, and I think you can probably confirm that we have expanded our support for that, certainly up until the end of the year.
Yes, just to pick that one off, Chair, yes, that the council has made a decision that it will continue the support for providers on a claim type basis, where providers are finding that they're having financial difficulties as a result of staff not being able to be moved around different care homes, and also obviously costs associated with increased use of PPE, etc. So the interim director for adult care services has put in an arrangement now written to all providers, offering that support to the end of the year, and options are now being considered also around what's needed through to the end of the financial year, so next March. But we need to see how the impact of the second wave and also the winter comes into play as well. But nonetheless, the council is continuing that support. As far as the LEP issues, is that the LEP has a draft economic recovery plan for Hertfordshire in response to the pandemic. There is an underlying action plan that sits underneath that. I'd need to provide and obtain more detail from the chief exec of the LEP in terms of how that responds to particular challenges in different parts of the county, as Councillor Taylor has outlined. That I don't think it's a one size fits all solution for the whole of the county, as different parts of the county will have different needs for that. And then just one final point I can also pick up on, because Councillor Taylor's point around council tax and business rates. We are in the process of talking to all the chief finance officers in the districts on their latest forecasts on their collection funds, and at the moment indications are showing 4 to 5% reductions are still continuing to be forecast, as we were starting to see highlighted earlier in the year. But also on top of that, with sort of headlines showing increased levels of unemployment as furlough begins to end, that has a consequential impact on things like the council tax support scheme that also reduces everyone's tax base as well. So with all of those factors taken into account, our overall tax base could be significantly hit from next year onwards. The impact is felt more from 21-22 onwards. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Scott. And I think we may return to that issue in relation to the COVID-19 report that is coming up later in the agenda, where we are projecting forward some of the impacts, financial impacts that are being felt in and around this area on our forward budget projections. Judy, you had your hand up next.
I did. Thank you, Chair. My question's on the education piece, and I always find it a bit difficult with these reviews because any question really needs to go to the education panel. But I want to flag it up here since it's in front of us, and that's about the continued reporting about our good and excellent schools, which I'm delighted to see, although of course it becomes a bit historical, given that there have been no Ofsted inspections for a very long time, and we don't expect any. My question is, do we know whether Ofsted will start to look at online learning opportunities for our young people? We know that some absolutely brilliant stuff has been going on in our schools, providing online learning to children who couldn't go to school. But we also know that it's been patchy and not everywhere has done as well as other places. Do we know whether Ofsted is going to be including looking at those things? Because it now seems to me, certainly, and many of us, I think, that this is going to be a future issue that we're going to have to keep up to speed with, and not just put away in a drawer as if it happened once and will never happen again. So if there's anybody in the room who can comment about that, that would be great.
Okay, thank you, Judy. I'm going to offer that as an opportunity for anyone to raise their hand and tell me if they can. Adam, I know you've got a question coming up. Okay, Martin's volunteered to address that one. So a brave man, because I was going to refer it to the Children's Services or the Education Committee, but if you can take it, by all means do so.
No, I'm going to disappoint. I'm really sorry. I didn't even mean to do that. I have an opinion, but that's not very helpful. No, I don't know, and it's not known. We will need to just check it out.
Okay, I think it's worth just mentioning the team have been discussing how we deal with issues that are which are raised in the resources panel meeting, but are really in relation to detailed comment by other panels, service panels. And as we did last time, where we can't find someone in the room who's able to answer those questions in detail, we're going to refer them on to the various panels for inclusion in their agenda or a written response back to the panel. And I think Alex has mentioned that we've got a written report now back from Children's Services in relation to a question that was raised at the last meeting. So again, in this instance, because it's a detailed question in relation to a subject which is more relevant to another panel, we will pass that back to that panel, and it can either include it in its future panel agendas or provide us with a written response, a note back to cover it. So I think we'll do that on this occasion. Adam, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, it's going to be the same for me, Ralph. I mean, I'm quite happy to have my question about secondary fires referred on to the right department, and I've got another question now which is about our online library visits, which I'm quite happy to have the same, but I'll ask the question anyway. Yep. I'm quite surprised to see that the number of online library visits has reduced over this time of COVID, because I haven't seen any evidence that people are using the internet any less. I'm not convinced by any argument that accessibility has got worse by closing libraries. This is an internet issue. So if people are going into libraries to access online, then to me that's a physical visit to a library. So I wouldn't expect for there to be such a huge reduction in online visits to libraries. And I was just wondering, can we have some detail about why that's happened? Because that's a very surprising result. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Adam. Anybody wish to pick that one up now, or should we refer it?
I think that would need to be referred, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Martin.
Absolutely fine. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Okay. Do we have any other questions in relation to this first item? Otherwise, we'll move on to, the recommendations at the end of that is to comment and to note the meeting. So I'm assuming that we're all okay to just agree to that. If you're not agreeable, perhaps you could just put your note in the chat. Otherwise, I'll take it that everybody has. Okay, I think the only responses are those which have agreed. Okay. Just waiting.
Ralph, it really isn't easy to vote when you've got all these blue boxes coming up in front of the text box.
You have to adjust your system to be able to exclude those. Okay. I'm not going to do it online, but I'll explain it to you how to do that outside the meeting.
That would be useful. Thank you.
Eric, you've got your hand up. Is it in relation to?
It's in relation to Adam's point. If you want a quick answer, you can use Teams on another device and vote on that. I'm doing it because I have the same problem, but I'm voting on my phone. So if you're able to do that, that's one way of avoiding the problem.
Okay, and as I said, there is a way of switching that function off, and I would suggest that those who are having the same problem do so, because it's going to become a real problem at council meetings where there are going to be 70 odd people trying to vote and almost impossible to get onto your box and type it in if you haven't excluded that function from your system. Okay,
I'll have a look into it. Yeah,
I've been informed that that's agreed. So we'll move on to item 4, which is the County Council's Resources and Performance Monitor, and I think Alex is presenting again on this one.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yes, it's back to me again. As you say, this report is covering the resources and performance portfolio for, once again, the period of Q1 of 2021. And as with the overall monitor, as you can imagine, this report obviously has a heavy COVID element to much of the information provided. But as with the previous report, I'll try to pick out some highlights for the panel's consideration. But obviously, happy to take any questions from across the report. So first thing I would say, in terms of section 1, which is a human resources section, we have added a new indicator at 1.16 to track how many apprentices are starting at the County Council per quarter. For Q1, this shows a positive picture with 44 apprentices, more apprentices starting in Q1 than in the previous, at the same time in the previous year. And it's pretty much in line with, if not completely, with the quarterly target of 47 new starters. And we understand a further 70 are due to start later in the year. So some good progress in that area. In terms of assurance, so section 3, Q1, as I say, saw COVID significantly impacting on the audit work programme, both due to not being able to do the work with services attention understandably focused elsewhere, but also actually a number of people in that service were redeployed to other key COVID projects at the time. Likewise, fraud reports are down this quarter, which, as I say, is we understand is likely to be due to COVID rather than necessarily kind of any particular sort of change in circumstances beyond that. In section 4, property, the report shows income for Abel Smith House and the rural estate is on target, but not for the Herts Development Centre, which, as you can perhaps imagine, was closed throughout the quarter. In terms of technology, section 5, good performance on most indicators here, with the exception of the completed desktop activities, which were not undertaken, once again, due to COVID reasons, in order to free up network bandwidth with everyone working from home and indeed using Microsoft Teams as we currently are. In section 6, statutory services, during the pandemic, the majority of inquest cases were adjourned, meaning completion times have reduced significantly. But as I say, that's more of a kind of an issue around pent-up demand rather than necessarily any sort of comment on the service performance. Community engagement, section 7, the customer service centre achieved the average wait time target of 20 seconds in both April and May, although not in June. The mystery shopper process was not conducted this quarter. In terms of communications, the average media score remains above target for this quarter, although the overall update Me subscriber list has shown a steady decline since making the switch to a new system, albeit with the peak coronavirus months of March and April booking this trend to some extent. This is for a variety of reasons, as outlined in the report, including more effective housekeeping and removal processes. However, it is also planned to perform an audit of emails sent to see which content prompts the most unsubscribes, and indeed a unsubscribe feedback option will also be added to help further inform this process going forward. That's probably where I'm going to leave it in terms of sort of key areas for this report, but once again, happy to take any comments or questions.
Thank you, Alex. Richard has indicated in chat that he would like to ask a question regarding property.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm very relieved to be able to do this. First time I've done it correctly. I've got a small question on property, and that is the Hertfordshire Development Centre. May seem a naive question, but could it be made suitable for occupation and therefore earning money at a cost? Perhaps Scott could help us there.
I think you'll find that Sass is in the meeting, our property deputy director, and I think perhaps she would be in a better position to answer that question.
Thank you, Chairman. With regard to Herts Development Centre, we did keep the centre open during the main lockdown pandemic over the summer, because it was utilised by various services. So I don't know whether you were aware, but it was used to trailblaze the government's Nightingale court system and also supported children's services. So it was being used for that purpose. We're now reviewing our business case around how we use the site going forward. It's already being used, but clearly we're having to use much larger meeting rooms with less attendees, so it's not generating the same financial returns that it did, but we're looking at our business case going forward, and the feedback we've had from attendees who have gone to meetings is that the new measures that we've put in place to make it COVID secure has been really well received.
Thank you, Sas.
Thank you very much.
Paul Zakowski.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to ask about the agency spend at 1.2, because there's in the commentary about that, it says that the reduction in agency spend that we've seen might be due to the closure of services and use of redeployed people elsewhere. But I'm less. I don't feel particularly certain about that, and I just kind of wanted to challenge whether that's why we're seeing that, because elsewhere in this we've also seen a reduction in staff sickness rates, and that's, I think, an perhaps unexpected consequence, as described in the paper, of our change in working practices. The idea that if someone, has a bit of a head cold, they might not come into the office because they don't want to give everybody else in the office their head cold, but they will still come and join in an online meeting, a virtual meeting, because they're not at risking other people around them catching their illness. And actually, I think that's a really interesting point, coupled with the idea that, so I wondered whether there was a relationship there, actually an unintended consequence of our change working practice is reduced sickness levels, and a consequence of that is a reduced reliance on agency spend to cover people who are off ill. The other thing about our change in practice I noticed from a previous report, but I thought I'd kind of bring it in here, is the reduction in mileage claims is pretty significant. We're talking about really significant amounts of money. As I worked it out on the kind of back of an envelope, it's somewhere in the region of £2 million a year that in terms of reduced mileage claims in comparison with this quarter, the first quarter based on quarter one in 2019. So I just wondered whether that sort of unintended but apparently emerging consequences going into Scott & Co.'s assessment of what our future workplace might look like, and how that the finances of that will actually be understood. But the very specific point is our agency spend reduction actually an effect of improved staff sickness levels or reduced staff sickness levels?
Thank you, Paul. I think the point you raise here is a very important one in relation to our future workforce arrangements. I know that there is a significant amount of work being undertaken by our recovery team now dispersed, but in part of the proposals to consider future workforce arrangements that are being that are looking into this very subject matter, and we are trying to capture many of the benefits that you've just identified in our future workforce arrangements, and I'm sure Scott would like to cover that in a perhaps a more appropriate way given the circumstances.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Yes, there's the programme that we've established at the council is called Shaping Our Future, and very much that is targeted on about the future operating model of the council based on what we've learned through this pandemic, and to be able to describe describe it is really it isn't where we were, with a lot of us all converging on major sort of town halls and buildings every day, but equally it's not going to be about the complete dispersal of everyone in their homes trying to work as we've experienced during lockdown. It's more of a model where we're looking to provide a lot more collaborative spaces, so when there is a need for people to come together to be able to work on something together, then the facilities will be available for that. But where work is very much sort of individually driven and can be done in different places, whether that's in our remote sites or whether it is at home, wherever is appropriate, those facilities will also be supported with the appropriate technology. So that's the where we're now heading. But yes, absolutely, as Councillor Sikowski has outlined, is that there's been a number of benefits from that. Our mileage costs have dropped considerably, as obviously our CO2 emissions in relation to our sort of car movements as well. I've already taken that saving, to be fair, to support our budget in year, but it will be being used, if we're able to keep those mileage costs down over the long term, by the use of technology in certain situations for delivering of services. Then we would be able to, that almost contributes to the business case for changing the way that we're now going to work. There will be more provision of technology to our staff. In terms of sickness, yes, again, I think the explanation is clear in the report that it's these people that are on marginal days where they don't want to infect others, or they feel that they can get up later in the day and actually carry on work into the evening rather than lose a day's productivity. So that's been an unintended benefit of the way that we're working. But in terms of the agency spend, I think for the period that we're looking at here is that the agency is either, we've had a lot of services that were either stopped, reduced significantly, or closed, that were obviously buying in and needing agency staff to keep them running where there were gaps. So those needs weren't needed during that period. But also the significant success of our redeployment hub that had hundreds of members of staff within the county that couldn't perform their core jobs being redeployed and matched to other parts of the council. And I would say that was the more significant reason for that reduction in agency spend rather than the sickness reduction. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Scott. Sharon, you have your hand raised.
Thank you, Chair. Just going back on that question, I wonder if it would be possible to have a report back to this committee when Scott's ready about the impact on the property estate of the new ways of working. Sorry, Scott, I can't remember the name of the project that you just mentioned, but I think it is of major interest to this committee because we do deal with the property and estate side of the county council, and there may be as part of the work we're going to need to do to close the budget gap. Clearly, the new ways of working could have a very substantial impact on our property and estates in the county council, and therefore I think it would be a good thing if we, shaping our future. Thank you, Scott's just put it in the chat line for me. If we could have a report back on that as soon as it's practical to do so, Chair, because I think when we're going into the budget round for the next few months, clearly if we are able to take some quick decisions, they won't all be quick, but if we're able to take some quick decisions around property and what we do in relation to the nature of new ways of working, I think that may have a positive impact on our ability to close budget gaps. The second point was around 3.1.8, which is the fraud issue. We've heard in recent times some horrendous stories of fraud in relation to some of the business grants that have been issued. I'm just concerned that I know it's that's not the county council's remit, but I do think that we should make sure that we are looking at whether there has been any impact on fraudulent activity over the period of the pandemic. So I hope that we can have a report back on the the SIAS team's indications about whether that might be the case, because I know we've got an audit committee coming up, so it may be that that's coming to audit, and if it is, that's great. But I don't think we should be complacent about the ability of the criminal fraternity to exploit an issue like this, or having any morality around doing that. We know that it happens, and it will happen to the county council just as it's happened in relation to government grants and so on. So if that's going to audit, that's fine, Chair, but I just want us to be reassured that that will be looked at in detail. Thank you.
Karen, I'm going to ask Sass, who is on the line, if she could just identify how the property team are assessing the requirements going forward, and what are the precursors to enable us to establish the property requirements, in so much as the work on the future workforce programme is going to need to be progressed before we can do that. But Sass, perhaps you could just make a few comments.
Thank you, Chair. So as Scott's alluded to, we're embarking on the Shaping Our Future programme of work, which will look at how we work as an authority going forward. And one of the strands of work that sits alongside that was called the accommodation strategy. I know I've bought papers in the past yourselves on that. It's now been renamed the Future Workplaces Strategy, and that will consider what work we need to do around supporting our staff, and what cost savings we can make around our estate in terms of the way we work going forward.
I'm sure that's there's going to be a paper at some time in the future when the information is available. Is that right, Sass?
Yes, that's exactly right. So what we're doing now is we have a programme board that's been established to look at issues around for future workplaces, and we'll be bringing a paper to members on our proposals that are aligned to the Shaping Our Future work strands, and also future workforce that Sally Hopper's working on in HR.
Thank you very much. Scott, perhaps you might just address the fraud issue and whether audit is taking it up. And I see the chairman of the audit team, committee has got her hands raised, so I'm sure she's going to make a comment as well.
Yes, the indications on all different parts of the county council's activity where fraud is a risk is being reviewed by our fraud team at the moment. I am due a report, and I believe one is coming forward to the audit committee that maybe the chairman can cover off in a second. Thank you. Thank
you, Francis.
Thanks. Yes, I thought, Sharon, thanks for raising a very good point. And of course, you are on audit, and I always welcome your comments. The shared anti-fraud system, SAFS, is hugely effective, and we are national players in that respect. We have a report from SAFS every time at the audit committee. It is theft, quite simply, and a lot of work is done not just with the county council, but with our teams, our district and borough council colleagues. A lot of them are part of SAFS. So yes, a report will be coming. We take it very seriously. For what it's worth, at the last audit committee, the report from SAFS covered 100 pages. So perhaps that indicates just how seriously we take it.
Thank you, Francis. And for those who are not aware of it, Francis is the chairman of the audit committee. Paul, you've raised your hand.
Yeah, I just wanted to raise a point that I was intending originally to raise on the subsequent item on the agenda, but I think it's pertinent to raise it now, given the comments that have been made around the Shaping Our Future programme. And that is the accommodation issues around the fire service that are related to the Hertford fire station redevelopment proposal that's on the agenda later on. Given that the Shaping Our Future programme may well come to the conclusion that accommodation requirements at the County Hall site might be significantly smaller than they are currently, is it wise to commit to a redevelopment programme at the Hertford fire station to re-provide a fire station, given that we may be in the position where we have significant land holdings at County Hall that are underutilised. And I just wondered whether it's something that officers might want to consider in the time period between now and when we get to that agenda item.
Well, I think it's an interesting question to ask at this moment in time. I'm giving Sass an opportunity just to think about whether she wants to reply to that now or wait until the meeting. The agenda item which covers it. Seems to me that she's prepared to address it now.
Thank you, Chair. So, with regard to Hertfordshire Fire Station, we did review where we might want to place non-operational staff, and as a consequence we will be moving some of the non-operational staff off of the site to create extra capacity. However, a thorough review was undertaken around the operational aspects of the fire station and also for the ambulance service that co-share that site, and it was felt that they should remain in situ and there was a need for them to remain there. We did look, when we embarked on the programme, we looked at, rather than a phased redevelopment where we kept the services on site, we did look at alternatives. We were unable to identify any alternatives to move them to while we undertook the works, and we did consider the County Hall Leho House area as a temporary decant solution. However, we had numerous issues around transport assessments and risk. And so I think even if we did look to condense down our site at County Hall at some point in the future, if we decided that was the right approach, it still wouldn't be an appropriate site to locate a operational fire station. The appropriate site is where we've suggested it should go, which is in Hertford.
Thank you, Sass. I don't see any other questions being raised, so I'm going to ask for everyone to indicate their agreement or otherwise to the recommendations, which are to comment on the recommendations and to ask for any actions appropriate. I think we've explored a number of items there very well. So can I ask you to indicate your agreement to the recommendations? Just waiting for the admin team to confirm that it certainly seems that everyone was in agreement, and they've confirmed so. Okay, moving on to item 5, which is the Finance Budget Monitor Q1, and I think Stephen Pillsworth or Scott Walker is presenting on this one.
It's me this morning, Chair.
Thank you, Stephen.
Good morning, everyone. This report is the Q1 Financial Monitor. It focuses on the current financial year, and I know a number of members have quite rightly raised some of the issues about council tax income, as that tends to impact on next financial year. That's covered in the report next on your agenda item, and so we can certainly pick that up there. The report brings together the impact of COVID and all other issues across our budget. And it's clear that that is having a huge impact. You'll see that so far we're flagging in excess of £70 million of cost pressures arising from COVID. And indeed, if we take into account all the other contributions from partners and grants received, actually that forecast spend goes to over £100 million. We've heard some examples in the discussion so far of where that is happening, and clearly it's been essential to support our communities through the pandemic, be it extra support for children in care and potential referrals coming through, be it food deliveries to shielding residents, or the biggest element of this, which picks up on the question, Councillor Taylor, you raised earlier, and Scott's response around support to adult social care providers. So any social care provider that's incurred additional costs through extra staff, through PPE, is able to claim the costs of that back from the councils to make sure they can continue to provide the support they need. There has been some fairly substantial grant coming in from government, but when we take that into account, it still leaves the gap you see reported of around £18 million. We are expecting some further grant for loss of income. Indeed, we're just finalising the claim around that this week, which will hopefully bring that gap down to about £12 million. As I say, it's only a forecast at this stage, but at that level, it would exhaust our contingency and require a drawdown of reserves to cover that. Obviously, this is the first quarter position. Actually, what we see in the months since then is, whilst there have been some increases in some areas and some reductions of forecast in other areas, the headline position remains broadly, as outlined in this report, that £12 million gap. Clearly, there's a difficult balancing act for the council now. That is quite a significant gap. But also clearly we need to be able to continue to respond to our communities. So it's important that we do manage that for the remainder of the year. Those headline numbers focus very much on the revenue budget. There is also a pretty significant impact on our capital programme, which is outlined in the capital section of the report, most notably on some of our major infrastructure schemes, the works around the A120 and the A602 being the main examples of this, where social distancing requirements on those sites is going to lead to a potential pressure there in the region of £8.5 million. We've looked with the department at all options to cover that. Is there any capacity elsewhere in the programme, any funding we can free up? Clearly, we're also looking to lobby government to see if they can help with some of that shortfall. But we also have a backstop option we're putting in place if those are not successful. Obviously, we set back in February the budget, and as part of that, we agreed the budget for highways maintenance. Subsequent to that, government announced an additional grant for such works of £11 million, i.e. £11 million over and above the budget we set. At the moment, it feels sensible to hold some of that back to cover the risk on those major schemes whilst we continue that lobbying to government. Now, clearly, if some of that lobbying is successful or the risk doesn't materialise at the extent which we're currently forecasting, then we can look to release that. But stress that's sort of a sensible backstop position at the moment, and that forms part of the recommendations to have that as a position at the moment, but clearly under review. Okay, so that's the summary of the report. Happy to take questions on the financial position.
Okay, I've got Eric first, please.
Thank you, Chairman. First, your comment on the highways funding. Certainly, I agree that that's a very sensible approach to hold back subject to further government funding. I also wanted to applaud the clarity of the report. And Stephen, you mentioned the pressures. If you take the additional items like infection control, test and trace, and the emergency grant fund, it takes it to over or around £100,000, but sorry, £100 million. I just wanted to ask around the CCG funding. There's an element there of 18.8. I appreciate the risk is low, but just wanted some reassurance as to how the discussions are going with the CCG on that sum, because that's a significant figure. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, you're quite right. It's a significant sum. Discussions have been underway with the CCG throughout the year and the whole of the pandemic around the levels of funding, and hence we have a level of certainty about the majority of it because it relates to activity already undertaken. The bits we're less sure about is how we respond during the coming months and the winter period and how much support they may provide. And we're due to continue those discussions these months. So I would hope the risk is small there. But nonetheless, the CCGs have significant pressures as well to manage. So it's not 100% certain at this stage.
Sharon, you are holding your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you. I'd agree with Eric, a very clear paper, Stephen, so thank you for that. Yesterday, we had a call with the Secretary of State for Local Government, who was setting out some of the funding that's already been given for adult care services, but it wasn't clear to me what the next stages of that are. We did have the Deputy Director for Winter Planning, and I think the issue around the winter planning is really key. I do appreciate this is a Q1 report, but going into the winter, even the Secretary of State said things are going to be very tough, and there are some issues around the concurrency of things that are happening together. So the pandemic and the possibilities of local outbreaks of the virus, aligned with the ending of the transition period for Brexit. So there are clearly some significant issues coming up regarding funding. There was an announcement about, there was a summary of the things that have already been announced around free PPE, a chief nursing officer, the extension of ICF funding, but what the Secretary of State said was he recognised that some individual authorities are facing unmanageable pressures. £100 million pressure seems like an unmanageable pressure to me. And have we approached the department, the MHCLG, for in that regard? Because that's a huge pressure on our budgets. The other thing I want, and what have we assessed what the winter planning impact is going to be, and whether that's going to increase this pressure that we've got, or is that already included in Stephen's report? The other question I had was around the comprehensive spending review. I know it's been delayed, but we are still expecting that to come out in the autumn. I haven't seen a response from Hertfordshire County Council, forgive me if I've missed it, but what response are we making to that CSR? I think it's very important that we feed in the very considerable pressures at this authority and others in Hertfordshire are feeling, and the fact that the government's promise, and I'm sorry to keep repeating it, Chair, but we all know that we were promised that we needed to do whatever was necessary to support our communities through the pandemic, and we would be reimbursed for that from the government. It is quite clear from this report and others we've seen at this committee that that full reimbursement of the costs of the pandemic has not happened. And so I think it's important that we carry on with our lobbying to say that the financial pressures that are being created will continue to have an impact on us. There was several questioners on that call yesterday raised the issue of resilience in local government around the phenomenal pressure that our staff have been under and the fantastic job they've done in meeting it. So we owe it to them to fight for, to make sure that we do have the resources going forward to deal with all the issues. We know autumn and winter are going to be tough. So I hope that we are lobbying very hard to the government so that MHCLG will make a very strong case to the Treasury for what needs to be done in the comprehensive spending review.
Stephen.
Thank you, Sharon. Actually, I may just break down my response because there was a number of items there. I think the first one, particularly about winter planning and the impact on social care. You heard Scott say earlier that Cabinet recently agreed extending our support to social care providers through to December. Whilst those numbers aren't factored in here, the summary I gave where the latest bottom line position hadn't changed that much from what's reported in the report, i.e. a £12 million gap, it is in that update. And we've been able to find ways of managing the cost impact of that. So that goes through to December. There has been an announcement, as you rightly say, recently about further infection control fund money coming through to support the sector. We don't yet know how much Hertfordshire's allocation of that is, but certainly we'll be looking how much we've got through that, what's the potential impact of the government commitment to provide some PPE directly to providers, and hence what's the cost of us extending that support through to March. So those discussions are happening at the moment to see what that proposition needs to be like to make sure those adult social care providers get the support they need throughout the winter period. I think you're also right to flag the more general position and that £12 million gap, because like you, I think with what's happening locally, there are going to be some additional demands coming in the next 6 months on this. So those cost pressures could go up. We're going through a process at the moment of reviewing all of these areas where they're estimates for the rest of the year to see actually have we estimated slightly too high, might that come down? So just for example, there's a number in here for children's social care where we expect as referrals increase back up, as children go back to school, there's a likely need for additional support to vulnerable children. Now we've got an estimate here of about £8 million. We're doing work with Jenny's team to see what those forecasts are, and actually, is it going to be as high as that, or might it be a bit lower, which in turn then frees up some funding for all those other issues you mentioned. In terms of lobbying, I mean, throughout the period we have been pushing back to MHCLG through the returns about the in-year position and continue to do so. I think it is fair to say there are some differences across the country in terms of councils. You know, we've got a gap of about £12 million. There are some who've got smaller pressures than that. So I think there may be a view from government that the quantum of money they've put in across the sector in terms of general grant is sufficient. And if we see anything, I think it might be more through targeted grants. So the infection control grant being an example of that. And also this term, we've got some money in directly to support home to school transport. So things identified for a very specific purpose around that. Then in terms of more general lobbying, we have put things in through the Society of County Treasurers and CCN as part of that collective lobbying. The focus there, not only on making sure government doesn't lose sight about the current year, but very much more about next year and the impact of lost income around that, and the fact that spending review really must address that. Otherwise, there will be a lot of councils in very significant financial difficulty next year. Okay. Hopefully that covers everything.
Thank you, Steve. Tim Williams.
Yep, thank you very much, Ralph. I was also going to come on some of the questions that Sharon just raised there. And thank you very much to the officers for the detailed response here and detailed report. And I know it highlights a lot of the coronavirus sort of risks and impact, financial risks. But yes, to be fair, local government finance position wasn't that healthy before even the coronavirus situation. Over a number of years, central governments has been knocking back on local government. I do regularly check the risk register report, and I know that basically all top 5 risks for the Hertfordshire County Council sort of highlights the financial strains due to local government's underfunding over the past few years. Things like the risks of not identifying savings targets and things like that, let alone the strains of coronavirus. And whilst this report recognises the size of the financial challenge and the high level of uncertainty, I think, Steve, you described it earlier as huge, I fear that local government and ourselves, we're in a precarious position of affecting both the revenue and the capital budget. And no doubt this is right across all councils. So basically, I'm just wondering, highlighting basically some councils may even be in that sort of position of bankruptcy or whatever the councils go into in those situations. I know that LGA yesterday started lobbying government, saying it was a £10 billion shortfall that's required to shore up local government. So yeah, I realise, Stephen, you've answered the questions about lobbying, but it's probably more on the political side. I wonder if Ralph can actually highlight what the lobbying is being done from the Conservative County Council at Hearts, and particularly, of course, Councillor David Williams, who is the chair of the CCN County Network Group, and basically what is he doing about it? I appreciate he seems to be a bit busy on local government reorganisation at the moment, but it's more the financial side at the moment, which I think is the priority.
Steve, is there any items there you wanted to pick back up on, or I think you've covered most of them?
Okay. I mean, if I may just very quickly on the risk point, Councillor Williams is quite right about that. Normally, the risks around finance tend to be quite cyclical. They're worst in the autumn when you might have in-year budget issues and a budget gap for the subsequent year, but they normally come down in about February when you've got an agreed budget for the following year and usually the existing financial year under control. Of course, that was round about the time then, of course, the pandemic broke. So actually, we didn't reduce those risks. They remain at the very high level. And I think they're right to do so because of the position we're in.
Thanks. And in relation to the final question that was put by Tim, I can perhaps say that all avenues of communication with the government, both official and unofficial, are being used to emphasise the concerns that we have in relation to the financial position that local government finds itself in. And I can say that I think there are a number of ministers and secretaries of state who are being responsive to those concerns. Clearly, however, there is a situation which I think we're all now aware of, given that the budget has now been the national budget has been postponed, and the spending review is under review in terms of when it will be finalised. That there are massive financial pressures at both central government as well as local government, but we are making the case wherever we can and to whomever we can when we are in a position to do so. I can see that Ken wanted to put a question, and then Francis.
Thank you. Changing the direction. That was an interesting debate. But where I'd like to discuss is the A602 improvements. So there might be something to put forward to highways, because as the local member for this A602, it's been noted that they're ahead of progress programme, and the Watford Stone entrance has been released and opened early, and to note that there's been a £1.2 million COVID pressure already. There's a very strange thing to see when there's no public involved in this programme, this section of the road at all. I can't see how COVID has impacted to such a huge degree when the work is ahead of schedule and the weather's been kind to everybody. And I just think, I wonder if our officers are being aggressive enough to deal with contractors who are past masters at making contract claims. And I'd just like to see that that's examined in great detail, because to say that it's going to be delayed by several months when we already know that it's actually ahead of schedule is rather perverse. Could I ask that is put forward to highways for comment, because the committee, because I just believe that we need to be quite aggressive dealing with professional quantity surveyors and contractors.
Ken, I think you've raised an interesting point. As an ex-contractor in the building industry for some time, I'm well aware of the capacity of the industry to be as aggressive as you perhaps think they are in relation to claiming extra costs. I think it's a fair question to ask the highways team to respond to, and perhaps I'll ask the admin team to pass that one back to highways so that we can understand the nature of the extra costs that are being claimed as a consequence of the COVID situation. I don't know whether, Stephen, you want to make any comments. I suspect probably only superficial ones.
Yes, my knowledge in that area in particular is not that extensive, but just a couple of points to feed back in terms of discussions we have had with highways colleagues around this. I mean, certainly they are pushing back on the forecasts from the contractors, and indeed the number reported here has come down from the initial submissions by those contractors. Excuse me. And of course, secondly, these are forecasts at the moment. There's a lot of hoops that need to be jumped through before anything like that actually materialises as a cost and is signed off in terms of the level of evidence that those contractors must provide. But nonetheless, we continue to work with the highways colleagues on this, and be very happy to feed those direct comments back to them.
Thank you, Francis.
Thank you, and I'm going to go back to the comment that Tim Williams made relating to the considerable financial pressures under all councils, and particularly the county councils at the moment. Quite right, Tim. And that, of course, is one of the strong arguments put in favour of any local government reorganisation on which our council leader, David Williams, has been working. As we know, if the proposals, well, looking at the proposals, one option, the lesser stretch, would look to save 100, let me get the noughts right, 100 million per annum, save 150 million, 140 million per annum just in Hertfordshire. So, Tim, I think we welcome your recognition that savings of this order would actually be quite helpful.
Thank you. Bob Deering.
Thank you, Ralph. I just wanted to go back to the conversation as to the uncertainty of funding from central government, and just acknowledge what I think is the fantastic work that Hertfordshire County Council has done in responding to COVID, because obviously the COVID crisis is unheralded. We weren't expecting it. The County Council and officers have had to completely reformulate their lives and their work patterns to deal with it, at all times in circumstances where they're not totally sure how much money will come through from central government. And at the risk of giving just one tiny example, the County Council, Hertfordshire County Council, because of COVID, has issued over 150,000 food parcels to people. And we've never done that before. And we've risen to that challenge. And we've done it in circumstances where, when you look at the big picture, we're not quite sure how much money is going to come through to us from central government. And I just think we've just done a fantastic job, and I think it should be acknowledged. Thank you very much.
I echo your remarks, because the situation from a standing start, the council has moved mountains to respond to the COVID issues, and I think Sharon has got a point. We were told that we would be reimbursed the funds that it took, and I think it would be disingenuous from the central government's point of view not to at least recognise that responsibility still remains. So we'll still continue to pressurise them. I noticed Judy would like to make a comment.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I know that one of Owen Mackley's favourite phrases is, I wasn't going to join in this debate, but now I'm going to. And I'm in that position now. And I just wanted to very briefly answer Francis' points, and at the same time add my own congratulations to local government at every single level across the nation for some of the astonishing work that it's done in response to this COVID. None of us would have had the slightest idea that we were even capable of some of the things that we've expected of ourselves and our officers, and it's been quite remarkable. But I just had to very briefly come back to Francis's point about expecting people to be pleased at the possibility of a saving in the circumstance of 100,000 or 140,000. Some of us do not accept those figures when taking into account the need to set up grassroots democracy in many places in Hertfordshire where it doesn't exist at the moment. And so saving 100 million or 140 million at any cost is not an appropriate way of planning the future of local government in Hertfordshire. There are lots of ways that would be appropriate for planning local government in Hertfordshire, and many ways that we don't have at the moment. I'm not a naysayer about unitary local authorities, I am a naysayer about ones of 1.2 million in order to make a saving that actually takes away localism from the people that we're elected to serve. Thank you. Sorry, just did have to say that.
Okay, Judy, I wouldn't have expected anything less. Clearly, the situation has considerable debate in it, and the wherewithal, I'm sure, will be provided at an appropriate time when that debate will take place. Paul, I noticed you got your hand up.
Yeah, yes, thank you, Chair. All I can say in response to Judy is here. I fully support everything that she said there. I have to say I completely concur that 140 million is, as far as I can tell, laughable, given that the setting up of the raft of different parish and town councils that would be needed just isn't credible. But we move on from that, and spending that money in the period when we're in a financial straits is, I think, just a nonsense. But we are where we are, and that's not why I had my hand up. I'd also like to add my congratulations to all levels of local government for dealing with the COVID crisis in the way they have. I think it has been extraordinary. I'd start with a broad observation, and that is that we have reserves for a reason, and the reason we have reserves is to deal with unexpected and unpredictable significant challenges, which is exactly what the COVID crisis is. So I'm relatively relaxed about the prediction that we would likely wind up having to go into reserves in this financial year. I think that's not an unreasonable response given the size and scale of the crisis that we've actually been in. Going forward, I think the challenges that we face are considerable. However, we also live in a time where governance from the national level is somewhat unpredictable, and I think that trying to make plans at this point as to what might happen in the next financial year, given the complete lack of clarity we've got about the spending review and what that might contain, is perhaps challenging. I understand that we have to try and put a finger in the air, but I think we can't do very much more than that. And I very much welcome, Stephen's agreement or disagreement that it really is a finger in the air. We don't know what the government are going to come up with in the spending review, and that may have a profound and significant impact on this. The thing that really concerns me is the council tax and business tax collection rates going forward. And I think that's something that has perhaps the most significant uncertainty around it. As it says in the paper, the 5% change could materialise into a £40 million shortfall. And I don't think that there's a great deal we can do about that until we start to see more data come through about actually what going forward the collection rates are going to be like. I think there's some real challenges that we face going forward, and we will need to kind of have a deal with those. There are a couple of specific questions that I've got in relation to a couple of things on here. The first, primarily related to the capital programme, I have to say. The level of variance in the capital programme is frankly astonishing. I mean, 25% variance on a £400 million programme is a pretty substantial variance. But we live in unprecedented times, don't we? But I wanted to just question a couple of the things that are in here. The first is the precise numbers around the £11 million income from government for highways maintenance, because that's been directed, as I understand it, to cover potential COVID shortfalls on 3 projects. The data in the paper, table 5, I think it was, indicates that it's about £8.5 million that is being covered from that. And I understand from the briefing that we had prior to this meeting that the remainder of that will now be released for highways maintenance, which is what the grant was there for in the first place. When will we have some more clarity about the remainder of that fund. Is it only the 8.5 million, or are we covering other things with the remainder of that money, the contingency with the remainder of that money? Can we have a little bit more clarity around that? And the second thing is really from me just a little bit more explanation of what's happening in relation to the Garden Village, the Gilston Garden Village project. I think it was named. It was like £42 million of what appears to be county council borrowing to support that project. But it says in the document that there is homes infrastructure funds that are expected for that. So are we acting as a conduit here, or is it actually our money that we're going to be spending on this? And I'd just like a little bit of clarity, because I'm not on the GRIPE panel and I've not had an opportunity to ask our GRIPE colleagues about that.
Stephen, would you like to answer the two issues specifically in relation to finance? And I just want to make a small comment at the end.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Paul. With regards to the infrastructure projects and the highways maintenance grant, that grant received is just over £11 million. Initially, the first forecast of pressures on the infrastructure schemes was also £11 million. The work and challenge that we were discussing earlier has brought that forecast pressure down to the £8.5 million that's in the report. The gap between that and the £11 million has already been released into highways maintenance, and works are underway funded by that. Clearly, as was mentioned in my introduction, if those pressures come down further, those further sums we can consider releasing into highways works. The precise timing of when that can be released, I think, will depend on how the forecasts for those projects change. And clearly, as they are major projects, they do go into next financial year. So there remains a possibility that we might be holding that for that sort of time. But also clearly, in terms of actually then releasing and delivering works, quite often, as you'll be aware, that can be weather dependent. In terms of Harlow Gilston, the money being flagged in there, we have an offer from government of funding the housing improvement grant, which I think totals £175 million. When we were putting the budget together, it was very difficult to profile how some of that might be spent. And I think we actually went for an even profile across the IP period. I think with hindsight, it was unlikely we were going to spend a significant sum in this year. Indeed, much work this year has been taken working up the final contractual proposals with Homes England, who provide that grant to us. And clearly, of course, COVID has had some impact on the timing around that. So hopefully that answers the two questions.
Thank you, Stephen. Just a quick comment, and I don't want to generate a debate on this particular issue, but I welcome Paul's comments regarding the use of reserves, given that at the last budget, the proposals from the opposition parties were to spend a significant amount of our reserves on revenue spending. So I do appreciate the fact that there seems to be a small epiphany, and that we hold those reserves for the very circumstances that we now find ourselves in. As I said, I didn't want to generate a tit for tat on this one, but I just needed to make that point. Paul, you just raised your hand.
I did. There's two responses, and I'm sure you were expecting a response back from your statement, Ralph. The reserves are there for a reason. You're talking about within this budget monitor report, you're talking about spending £3 million of a total reserve pot of something like 170 million. So it's not like we're digging deep into the reserves, even in the scenario of an unprecedented public health crisis that has engulfed the entire planet. So I respond in that particular way, and I'll leave it at that. I just wanted to clarify with Stephen, I'm not entirely sure that your response about the Gilston Harlow town Garden Village, whichever way it's described, I'm losing track, actually answer the question, because the question was, we're looking at a capital monitor number of 43 million pounds. That is the county council's money. As I understand it, that's the profile for this year. But are we a conduit for government funding here? And we expect, if our bid is successful, that that will take on that capital debt, or are we spending this money on top of and in addition to any grant that might come forward from housing infrastructure? I just want to be clear about who it is that's taking on the liability for servicing that 42 to 43 million debt, potentially for the next 30 years in terms of a repayment schedule on that.
So the sums indicated in here would be funded through the Housing Improvement Grant. It would not require HCC borrowing. That grant will come into Hertfordshire County Council, but there are a number of partners involved in the Harlow-Gilston project, including Essex County Council and local district councils. So they might actually be the ones who deliver some of the projects, whilst the county council remains the accountable body for that funding. And we will need to make sure there's an appropriate assurance framework in place around risk share arrangements across those range of projects.
Thank you very much for that clarity, Stephen. That I think was the answer that I was looking for, in that, you know, we may be the accountable body, therefore it appears on our balance sheet, but in fact what it is us acting as a conduit to make this stuff happen. That's fine.
Fine. I'm also conscious, sorry, Paul, I realised I didn't respond to your question about uncertainty, but maybe if I could pick that up in the next report, because I was going to cover it in the forecasts there, if that's okay.
Eric.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I thought I'd better comment on this, as I am the local member for the Gilston area, and also I attend the Harlow and Gilston Garden Town Board. So the sum is specifically 172 million, which has been agreed by government, and it's forward funding. A large part of that will go towards the infrastructure of improvements to the original or the existing river crossing and the proposed second river crossing. This is all subject to planning approval, which could be either the end of this year or later in the in the new year. But the point is that this is forward funding, and then the funding is recycled. So ultimately, money will be coming from the developers for infrastructure, but this is a really important early funding to enable the growth to take place and go forward. So I think you're right, and Stephen's answered. It's managed by the county council, but there are various bodies. There are 5 councils involved, the 2 county councils and 3 districts, which includes Harlow and Epping Forest. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Eric. Just as a final comment from me on reserves before we move on, and this is a comment in relation to the public who may be listening. Although we hold the sorts of sums that were referred to by Paul Kozakowski, those are not all our reserves. They belong to other people. They belong to educational establishments. We hold reserves because we are required to do so, and wouldn't be able to necessarily spend them without replenishing them as a consequence of Section 151 officer requirements. The amount that we hold, which is not allocated to other things, is probably 20 to 30 million pounds. So £3 million out of that, given that we also have subsequent years in which we are looking at significant deficits, is not that much. But there we are. The finance budget recommendations are on the order paper. There are 3. One is to agree the proposed approach to the funding of cost pressures for COVID. The other is to approve a 1.1 million street lighting refurbishment replacement budget, as in detailed in 3.6. and the 108 million to be reprogrammed into future years outlined in section 3.1. Could I ask everyone to put into the chat whether they agree with those recommendations, please? Thank you. I've had the confirmation that that was agreed. Item 6 is the Hertfordshire County Council's response to the COVID-19 October update. I think Alex is going to present this one with support.
Thank you, Chair. As you say, yes, I'll start off the presentation of this, but also be handing it over to Martin Austin and Stephen Pillsworth in the course of doing so. So the paper in front of you is the next edition of the monthly general COVID update report that has been going to Cabinet monthly for basically the last 7 months now, on the impact of the pandemic in the county and the County Council's response to it. As ever, it represents a particular moment in time. So this particular report was drafted and hopefully accurate as of the 16th of September, and as such does cover things like sort of local outbreak planning, referencing some of the work had been done in certain areas of the county by that time, whether that's in Watford in August and then Dacorum and Hertsmere, and I understand now sort of moving towards Broxbourne. As this report was written, Hertsmere was basically had just been identified as a national area of interest in terms of the fact that in terms of the increase in COVID cases in that particular area. And the section references the additional capacity that was being put in place also for managing events, for sports events and things like that, which we know now that additional restrictions have been put in place, which mean that is not going to be happening in the foreseeable future. It also provides an update on the initial return to school, including kind of an update on home to school transport at the same time, which the report shows were showing positive results despite clearly some significant challenges in all of that sort of area. There was an update on care homes, and indeed I'm also unconscious that it was already been mentioned as part of this meeting that the proposals were agreed at Cabinet last month to further support financial provision for all commissioned care providers in the county to continue to meet the ongoing costs of COVID as they occur. It also includes the next edition of the Impact Monitor, which, as I'll say, I'll hand over to Martin Orst shortly for that, and a further update on the financial implications, which we'll hear from Stephen Pillsworth shortly. Before I do that, though, I suppose it would be it's necessary for me to also note that clearly, as I say, this was written up to the 16th of September, and clearly a lot has happened since then, and don't necessarily seek to cover all of that in my introduction, but I suppose it would be odd for me not to mention clearly there has been some significant national movements here, not least the new restrictions being put in place around social distancing, and in particular the rule of 6 in terms of social gatherings, and indeed the fact that Chancellor has announced a new job support scheme which will sort of take place and come into effect post the ending of the furlough system. Locally, whilst in recent reports we've mentioned that the County Council's incident management team was taking a back seat, I just wanted to confirm that has been re-established, and indeed as we potentially prepare for a second wave, services have been moving back more to a response stage to prepare for that if and when it does happen. And as I say, we know we've been experiencing spikes across the county, and significant work has been done by the County Council alongside all its key partners and representatives from the community and faith groups to respond to this. We know we've been seeing a rise in the number of care home staff and residents testing positive for COVID. Adult care service colleagues are working closely with public health colleagues to ensure there are robust systems in place to implement both contact tracing, but also to make sure that if and when outbreaks occur, they are responded to appropriately. And we also know, as is the case across the country, we are also seeing particular cases in particular schools as well, and obviously colleagues are making sure there are appropriate systems in place to respond to that as well. And that's kind of where I'll leave it. But if I may, I'll now hand over to Martin to talk a bit more about the impact monitor.
Thank you, Chairman. What I'll try and do is perhaps share the copy of the monitor so I can reference that. Perhaps if you can tell me if you're seeing it.
Right.
Okay, it's not coming through at my end either. Well, what I'll do, I mean, I will reference the sections. Let me just turn that off. This is the third data annex to the COVID update, and it does incorporate some feedback from the Cabinet panel in September and from elsewhere, including some additional measures, particularly on domestic violence and abuse, and some further economic and community measures. And also, in response to some comments at the last panel, some district level breakdowns where they're available and relevant. That's the first thing to say is that the service impacts, that there's evidently no service failures from the data, and indeed that's confirmed by the performance reports that we were discussing earlier. And also the various impact patterns that we saw and discussed are confirmed by the data presented to you, but of course this is up to the end broadly of August, and really the more telling data will begin to come through in terms of September and October. Although I will make some reference to some later data. And on that note, perhaps go through, just highlight some metrics that are either new or where latest data may add a bit of value and give a bit more insight, and are also on our watch list, particularly through the lens of the COVID impact monitor. And I will reference the sections that I'm referring to. So I mean, the first one is the COVID case rate, which we've begun to include in 1.3. This is the rate per 100,000, which is now widely quoted in the media. An important metric, but not the only metric that's critical and informs the local outbreak planning. The latest data indicates no district currently exceeding 50 per 100,000 threshold. Although, of course, we're all aware that the number has spiked recently. For example, high recently in Broxbourne following the care home outbreak, but that rate is now stable and downward. Dacorum rising again, East Harts rising. Arsmere peaked in early September, and now case and positivity rates are falling. St Albans and Stevenage spiked recently, and in the latter case, case and positivity rates are falling. Three Rivers, the rates are now rising steadily. Domestic abuse sections 2.8 to 211 and 3.2. We've added in a number of measures there, and all measures are indicating increased incidence and ongoing service demand. Children subject to child protection plans. This was mentioned earlier by Councillor Taylor. And perhaps it's worth noting from that it is beginning to increase. In that sense, is good news. And the prediction is it will, now schools are back, will return to the levels seen previously, but we'll keep obviously a very close eye on that. Children looked after continues to increase, and we're now at the highest levels for 12 months. In terms of children in need, children on child protection plans, children looked after attending school, 3, 9, 11 to 11. The position has more attending than not, and obviously we talked about that earlier. The latest position is that's remaining the same. Pupil attendance more generally, 4.1. The latest figures, that's of Monday of this week, show a further improvement in primaries. We're round about, varies from day to day, but about 92% on average, and secondaries is remaining steady, about 90% overall. And just to give you a bit of context, that compares to, if there is such a thing, a normal year of about 95.6% attendance rates through the year. In terms of school closures, under 4.2, the The latest figures show a slight increase from what was included in this report. There were 19 schools which were either fully closed or had some closures of year groups. There are now 22, so a slight upward movement there. And I'm sure Children's Services would want me and expect me to say that that's an extremely fluid picture, varies quite significantly from day to day. But there does appear to be some upward pressure, and obviously as community spread extends, that may further increase. Libraries, 4.3, 4.4, taking a point made earlier about quizzing some of the figures there. But the figures we're currently looking at are increases in both visits and issues, and they're expected to accelerate now that the library opening programme is gaining pace. The waste disposal, we have got some data problems, but the anecdotal evidence is that visits are returning nearly now to business as usual levels, but with some queuing. That's 6.2. Sites, 7.1. In terms of the assessments, all the assessments are done in terms of them being formally examined and signed off. We're now up to a figure of 81%. That's moving forward quite rapidly of all our sites. Business miles, 7.4, mentioned earlier. The latest figures for the end of September, as claimed, just have to go in a few days earlier to be paid. So we do actually have the figures as of the end of September. Show that in that month the figure was 62% rather than the 70-odd%, 75% of mileage. So a slight upward movement in September in the number of miles, but obviously with its restrictions that have come in, or the advice rather, that have come in from both central government and indeed advice from Hertfordshire County Council about working from home, we fully expect that figure to go back up towards 75%. Furloughed staff, you'll see in 7.5 that the numbers have gone down, triggered by the reopening of schools. Claimant rate, 8.2 and 8.3, rose slightly to 5.3%. That's the highest year-on-year increases in Dacorum and East Hart. So we've added some district level just to give a bit more insight. And as we all know, they're set to rise further. Furloughed, this is talking about the whole of Hertfordshire now. Those on furloughed and self-employed income support schemes, you'll see in 8.5 that 35% of the entire workforce in Hertfordshire is now either furloughed or on SEISS. That is in line with the national position, but there are variations between districts. Almost finally, traffic volumes, 8.6, slowly returning to previous volumes. The latest figures indicate, as of this week, indicate that actually volumes have gone down slightly. Again, that is what would be expected following the advice about working from home. We're now talking about 11% less than pre-COVID levels. And finally, just sort of some dimensions about remote working more generally. The figures we're getting from the business surveys are that of the total of 154,650 employees now working full-time from home, mainly in the professional, technical and scientific sectors, and that's 27% of the workforce jobs. So I'll leave it there, Chairman, and happy to respond to comments if you wish.
Cover the financial aspects of the report.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So sections 8 and 9 include the financial aspects. Section 8 focuses very much on the current financial year. So given the discussion we've already had on that, I don't intend covering that here. Section 9, I think for the first time in one of these COVID update reports, starts to share some of our initial forecasts of the possible impacts for future years. I think it's worth flagging that pre-COVID, the budget for next year was looking in a fairly healthy position, given the work we've done over the years to try and get a good medium-term financial position. But clearly with COVID, that changes. We are expecting additional cost pressures due to many of the reasons we've been discussing during the course of this panel, but also as members have rightly flagged, less income from council tax and from business rates. And that hits us two ways next year. Firstly, any shortfall in collection this year, which we're clearly seeing, rolls forward and hits next year. But secondly, there's then the ongoing impact from the potential impact on the economy and individuals and their jobs, and around whether they are then in a position of claiming council tax support and not being liable for council tax. So we have started to put some very high level forecasts and assumptions together. I think Paul was quite right earlier when he described it as a bit finger in the air, and I think that's exactly the phrase I used to describe it to him. We are using to some extent the information from districts about the likely shortfall. If anything, we haven't been quite as pessimistic as some of those numbers, but clearly it's very difficult, genuinely difficult for districts to accurately forecast that position. We just don't know what's going to happen during the autumn from the transition from furlough through to the other job support schemes. Secondly, I have put an assumption in, you'll see sort of in the table in 9.3 right towards the bottom, an assumption around us getting some more support from government through the spending review to support us and indeed other councils next year. And I've put that in at just under £17 million, and that is sort of nothing more than a working assumption on my part, which equates to roughly an additional £1 billion being put in by government, and that's over and above everything that came through in the spending review last year. So if we do feed that through, that gives us on current forecasts a potential budget gap next year of around £20 million, and that's the level we've asked departments to work up options to help us close, and we're trying to target that in a couple of ways. Firstly, next year's IP already has some pretty substantial funding increases in there, even before some of the additional COVID pressures. So we've asked all departments to revisit those and say, do you actually need those increases? Has the position changed? So maybe we can reduce that funding. Clearly, it's always easier to reduce funding that's not yet been spent than it is to find additional savings. But clearly, if that is unsuccessful, then we will have to look at savings options. Now, again, to stress the level of uncertainty around this, clearly, as you sort of heard from me, those numbers are very high level estimates. There's also, again, as we've picked up in the panel discussion so far, uncertainty around the timing as to when some of this will become clearer. We don't know what's happening with the spending review. Originally, that was planned to be released towards the end of November, which in turn normally means a settlement for local government probably a day or two before Christmas. The information from districts on council tax and business rates is due for formal submission to us in the second half of January. Now, clearly, again, we're linking in with them to get the best estimates to date, but I think it will only be towards that sort of period where we get the definitive figures. So just wanted to share that because I think this is the first COVID report where we started putting in more of a focus on next year. And certainly, I think is often the case at this time of year. I am much more concerned about next financial year than actually I am about the position in the current year that we were discussing earlier. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Judy, you're the first to raise your hand.
Thank you, Chair. It's a question under 7.3 schools, and I'm sure it'll be batted away again. But I'm going to try here because my early inquiries to the executive member for education were treated in such a derisory fashion. It was quite scary. Very soon after the beginning of term, problems started to arise in schools. I think they were a little unexpected at the time and very quick. and I was trying to get information about which schools were affected. And it didn't seem as though the county council at the beginning had a grip on that. Now, things have improved greatly, and county councillors, certainly I'm receiving now a list of the incidents. Obviously, they're historic because it takes a few days to put together this information. But it's massively important that we as county councillors representing our communities know what's going on in schools around us. But the extraordinary thing about this document, which I received a few days ago, is that it says that it's confidential. And I don't understand how our COVID responses and information about schools can possibly be confidential, since every parent and every child has to know what's going on in their schools. So from whom is it confidential? Who is it I mustn't share it with? I really do need this information. And I don't know if there's anybody there that can help me, but it's quite important. Thank you.
Judy, I'm surprised that you've characterised the executive member for education's responses to you as you did. I know him.
You're surprised.
Yeah, I know him very well, and I'm sure you do as well. And that's not in his character to be in that way.
Not usually, no.
I do think the person from whom the information was received, given that they have said that it's confidential, needs to be the person you need to address your question, because I'm not sure there's going to be anyone in the meeting here today or anybody we can call upon who would be able to give you that answer. So I'm suspect that the response that you're looking for is going to need to be given by the person who gave the data, because it's the data that they are responsible for.
Can I just come back very briefly, Chair?
Sure.
I'm not asking for my benefit. I'm asking for the benefit of 78 county councillors who all need this information and who all need to know how they can use it. So it wasn't a sort of self-interested little question.
I can anticipate that you weren't doing it on behalf of yourself, but on behalf of a lot of people. But it still doesn't detract from the fact that the person who issued the information signified it as confidential, and that I can't, and I'm sure others can't determine why that was confidential. Only the person who issued it.
I thought you might want to find out so that everybody could be clear, but that's fine.
I'm sure the director for resources and performance has noted the comment, and I'm sure he'll try and seek to establish why the information was confidential, and perhaps he will get back to you and other councillors in respect of that. I'm not going to ask him to come forward, because I'm sure he'd just say that exactly what I've just said. Could I call upon Sharon to come forward now?
Thank you, Chair. First of all, on the finance side, I just want to say that the figures that Stephen's given us are eye-watering. We've had a fairly extensive discussion about this earlier in the meeting, but I've already raised with Stephen the issue that I think there are two things that are really important here. One is that we continue to raise with government the fact that this COVID impact on budgets is not an in-year impact. It's going to go on certainly into next year's budgets and probably further than that. So that's why I think it's very important, coming to my second point on budgets, that we start the process as soon as possible, that we consider what we do in terms of changes to the IP process to account for the fact that we are going to have a significantly different challenge ahead of us. I agree with what a member said earlier in the meeting. This comes on top of 10 years of austerity funding and cuts to local government funding anyway. So it wasn't going to be an easy time in any case. But I think for that reason, we need to start working as early as possible in our budgets. And Stephen's reassured me that that will be the case. So I hope we can crack on and do that. And then a few specific points around the COVID report. First of all, congratulations to all those involved. Jim McManus and the team in public health, but all the others that have been involved, and particularly the environmental health officers at district and borough level, who have managed to persuade the government to let us have a local contact, test and trace system here in Hertfordshire, which actually goes live today. For a long time, those who are mayors of the cities that have been affected by the local lockdowns have been saying that the only way to do this is at local level. And we've had a pilot running in Hertfordshire, in Three Rivers and Watford, which is now being extended to the whole of Hertfordshire. It is much more possible to do this local tracing at local level, because we, as we proved when we were distributing business grants, we know how our areas tick, we know who people are and where they are. So I think the fact that we are now able to do this contact tracing at local level will be seen as good practice in the rest of the country, and I hope, and I'm very pleased that we've been able to get ahead of the game on this. And thank you to our colleagues in public health, to those at Herts County Council, to all in the district and boroughs who have pushed for this, because we'll be using our local knowledge and expertise to contact someone who's potentially at risk. And the only way we're going to crack this COVID situation is by relentless track, trace, isolate and testing. So I hope that will bode well for the county for the future. A couple of other specific points. We are still not able to get data for to analyse the impact on our Black and minority ethnic communities. That's not the fault of anyone locally. That's to do with the way that the national data is compiled. I think that's terrible, and I think we know that there is a disproportionate impact on our Black and minority ethnic communities. We have to continue to shout as loud as we can that we really need this data so that we can support those who are disproportionately affected by this virus. And the Community Reassurance Cell, chaired by Linda Hazy from East Herts, has done some great work on this, but it's very difficult for us to do as much as we would want to, because we just don't have the data. Second point is around events management. I'm very pleased to see at last that we are aiming at having a consistent approach. I think it's particularly important now, Chair, as Remembrance Sunday is approaching us fast. We want to make sure that all our residents have an opportunity to mark that event. But of course, the COVID restrictions mean it has to be done a different way this year. We've all worked together across the county to get a consistent approach to it. I'm pleased to see that, and it means that all the residents of Hertfordshire will get the opportunity to mark Remembrance Sunday with appropriate allowances for the COVID situation. So that's a good thing. In relation to domestic abuse that Martin mentioned, just to say that in this, the Survivors Against Domestic Abuse work that's done across Stevenage, East Herts, North Herts and Welwyn Hatfield have increased our safe space provision from 2 safe spaces to 16 in the last few months, to account for the increase in domestic abuse as a result of the COVID situation. So we do now have that safe space provision, and I'm really grateful to all those who have worked hard to make that happen. And I'm mentioning it today because I received a fantastic letter from a resident this morning whose daughter has been supported through that service, and her grandchildren, and it makes a huge difference to those who have that impact from COVID. And my last point, Chair, you'll be pleased to learn, I'm sure, is around my comments earlier in the meeting around the Money Advice Unit, and I'd increase that to add in Herts Help. We need to think about the ongoing support for those who are required to self-isolate. Districts are gearing up now to provide the financial support that the government's offered, but I think there will be an ongoing requirement for both the Money Advice Unit and Herts Help to support those who find themselves in a situation where they've got to self-isolate. So I hope we will consider during our budget considerations how we support those in the parts of the County Council that are providing that vital support. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. I'll just ask in a second any of the contributors or the supporters of the of the paper. If they think there are issues there they can respond to. I just wanted to reiterate the fact that the outbreak plan, the local outbreak plan that was published, I think around the last time we had this meeting, has been tested over the last month and has shown to be effective. A number of spikes which have occurred during the period for around the county council's area have been suppressed. The Hertsmere one has been hard work has been put in by the county council's team and the local authorities team to reduce the outbreaks in that area. And I know there's Decorum and now Broxbourne are coming through, but I think a great deal of thanks should be given to those who are acting on and supporting the outbreak plan in ensuring that we remain in a safe place. So I'm not sure there were any specific items that Alex or Stephen could respond to in your questions, but I'll give them the opportunity. I'm not sure either of them are Stephen's just coming on board.
Yeah, I mean, just very quickly about the IP process. Just to flag to members, it's proving slightly tricky in terms of exactly how we program that this year. Normally, we'd have a reasonably good idea of what the budget gap was and what we're working towards. We're doing this sort of almost interim position, but those plans could be significantly changed by spending round late November and further and final information about the council tax and business rate bases. So we're just trying to work through how we can best manage that at the moment. But the uncertainty we were describing is impacting on how we might work that through.
Okay, I think Adam was the next person who had a question.
It's more of a statement, really. I just think it's really good that we're moving towards looking at the rates of infection rather than just the absolute numbers. From my point of view, that's really useful in drawing comparisons between different areas when we're trying to focus our response. It was really good to see that. It was good to see that the rate of infection has fallen in the last few weeks from the graphs shown in the report. There was no mention of false positives on the test. No test is perfect. So from that, I suppose we can infer that the actual figure will be even lower than the figure that's stated in the chart there. Very, very good to see. It's good to see that we're thinking about the finances, not just now, but in future. And I suppose my main point is that we cannot have too much data. You know, if we're trying to really sort of hone our response, the more data we have, the better. So thank you very much.
Paul, you have a question.
It is again not so much a question, more a statement, and actually partially a plea. First thing I'd like to say is, I reiterate the point I made earlier about congratulations to all local government employees, but I'd particularly like to pull out of this particular report the response from the registration service, because I think that is actually quite extraordinary in terms of how they've managed to deal with both managing the death registrations and also the birth registrations. Given that service was closed down, there was therefore then a substantial spike in activity, and the service appears to have managed that, and I think that is all to their credit. I would start on my next point by saying that uncertainty is something that, whilst we all live with it, I think the more uncertainty there is, the more difficult it is to plan effectively. And I think that's the thing that's exercising Stephen very much on this particular paper. And it is the uncertainty. I agree with Sharon that the numbers that are involved in this are eye-watering. And the variation between the upper and lower bounds of what is most likely to come forward is really much more significant than it's been in previous years. What we haven't got is any sort of real certainty about what's happening. And I think that's the real difficulty here, is trying to understand what the uncertainty is and trying to manage that. And I think we need to be cautious about what we do with that uncertainty, because it might be right to be super cautious, but it might also cause us problems if what we start to do is put in place changes to services that actually we then find we don't need to. So I'm just conscious that the solution to that uncertainty isn't just time, it's also lobbying. As Sharon quite rightly said, lobbying government as well as other organisations to try and bottom out that uncertainty. And I think leaders of councils are uniquely placed to be able to undertake that lobby. And I think what should come from this report and from this panel is a reiteration of why it is so important to try and get some clarity as to what's going to happen in the spending review, what's going to happen in terms of reform, what's going to happen in terms of the council tax-based stuff, the tax base. The more clarity we can get, and the sooner we can get it, the better able we're going to be to plan for subsequent years. So it's just a plea, really, to those leaders out there listening, perhaps Sharon for certain, to actually undertake that lobby. I'm certain that Sharon is doing exactly that. But I just, please redouble your efforts, because it's that certainty that we need here, I think.
Thank you, Paul. Just a couple of questions, a couple of points before I call Scott in, who's indicated he'd like to respond to that. Firstly, let me just say, I know that this issue in terms of the funding arrangements for local government is at the top of our council leaders' agenda. David Williams spoke to me only yesterday about the fact that this is the one issue that is now beginning to concern him above all others, and I'm sure he's using every effort and every avenue open to him to represent the council's position, both county council and the district councils in Hertfordshire, and ensuring that central government have a clear indication of where we're coming from. There was another point I was going to make, but I've lost track of that one, so I'll call in Scott, who wanted to make a further point.
Yep. Thank you, Chair. Yes, the point around lobbying is really well made, and we are certainly undertaking that at an officer level. And I know all the support we can get from across the parties to be able to put our case strongly across the government is really important. The Chancellor's decision to cancel the spending review. Again, if I was the Chancellor, I would do exactly the same, because your ability to be able to forecast effectively income in order to be able to afford public sector expenditure over the medium term just isn't possible. So we're heading into a spending round, which will just hopefully before Christmas Eve this year, that we'll get some certainty in terms of funding for next year only. But what I'm proposing to do, and this is something that I've covered in each of the briefings in advance of this meeting with parties, is that we will commit to establishing a sort of a review of the almost a scenario planning around the IP, with different sort of situations taken into account, optimistic, pessimistic, and middle sort of scenarios that we will work through with all parties, so we can understand those sort of gaps that we're planning for. And then, at some point, we're going to have to make decisions in setting our budget on the turn of the new year, in order to be able to meet our legal obligations. So, there will not be the certainty that we are all craving, and we will need to make our best guess estimates. But I think the significant point we've got to balance here is, as Councillor Zakowski's outlined, is that we make decisions to sort of pull back on expenditure or services when we don't need to, and it's how we then utilise our reserves to best support that and avoid that need until more certainty is given in our budget. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Scott. You've just triggered the issue I was going to make earlier, and that was that in conversations with my executive members, other members of the cabinet, this situation, I've said that we are planning for the worst, but hoping for a better solution. So I think that's where I would place our approach to this, we need to have plans available to us that we can call upon to secure our balanced budget for next year, and those will be based upon some of the worst situations that we can think of. But we will make sure that we have available to us options to respond to better solutions if we are able to do so as a consequence of funding that comes forward. Anyway, I don't see any further hands up, and we've gone significantly over the 12 o'clock position where I was hoping to call for a break. So the recommendation in the panel paper is the panel recommends that the Cabinet consider the notes and contents of the report, includes the planned approach to dealing with the financial implications, and where this is going to be submitted to Cabinet for consideration. So can I ask you all to agree or disagree or abstain in the chat line, please? Thank you. That's confirmed as agreed. Now it's been suggested, and I concur, that we have a short break now for perhaps 10 minutes, and we reconvene at 12:45, 1:45. We have several papers that we need to get through this afternoon, so we don't want to go well into the afternoon, so perhaps everybody can think of the contributions they would like to make, and brevity, as I said earlier, would be appreciated. But we'll all come back at 12:45 and reconvene. Thank you very much.
Chairman, are you back in place?
Yeah.
Live stream's resumed.
Yeah, got it. Yeah, thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for coming back promptly. I just wanted to ask the team if David Andrews is now part of the meeting. I see him on my list of attendees. David, could you make yourself known to us if you're on the meeting? Sorry, I'm apologies. It's not David. I'm mixing you up with someone else. Apologies for that. I'll leave it as it is. Right, we are moving on to the next item, which is item 7 on our list, and this is the value for money review special edition needs transport. This has been delayed for quite a long time. It was probably going to come to a panel meeting earlier in the year, but as a consequence of the COVID situation, it's been delayed. But it's nonetheless an extremely important consideration for the panel to receive this a value for money report. And I think the numbers and issues that it raises are significant in terms of the costs which are being incurred by the council. So I'm going to ask, if I may, for Jane and Trudy if they would present the paper, please.
Good afternoon. I've just told my colleagues that we're needed. We're running caught slightly on the hop, I'm afraid. But I can start by introducing the paper. And I will just bring it up, just one moment. Okay, thank you. This is a paper, as explained, about value for money for SEN transport. The County Council has a statutory duty to transport eligible pupils to school for both mainstream and SEN. And across those transport responsibilities, the eligibility and budget sits within children's services, but the actual transport contractual arrangements are arranged via a service level agreement with the Integrated Transport Unit in the Environment Department, which is why this paper comes from both children's services and environment combined. The increasing costs of transport for children with special education needs and disabilities is a national issue with rising costs across the country, not just in Hertfordshire. And currently around 2/3 of homeschool transport costs are spent on children with special educational needs, even though they only represent 20% of the entitled pupils transported. Within Hertfordshire, we transport around 2,500 SEN children every year. And that total cost in 1920 was 17.6 million against a budget of 15.8 million, which is a 1.9 million pounds overspend, or 11% of budget, which is obviously significant, hence this report. The average costs of transporting an SEN child in Hertfordshire are around £7,000 per child. It's £15,000 per vehicle, and that is significantly higher if a child is transported to out-county provision, where the cost rises to around £16,000 per child. Although our costs are rising significantly, as they are across the country, statistics do indicate that Hertfordshire's costs are still below average nationally, and there's some information on that within the paper. Now, there is pressure. The pressure for these increasing costs is coming from both the demand side, i.e. increasing number of children being transported, and the supply side, the contractual arrangements we have to deal with. I'm going to deal with the demand side, and my colleague Trudy from Environment from the supply side. One of the main reasons for the increase in pressure is an increase in the number of children with education, health and care plans, and they're the children that we're transporting mostly to our specialist provision. There's a 47% increase in education, health and care plans between 2015 to 18. And that increase is forecast to grow by another 82% between 2018 and 2023. In addition to increasing numbers, we have increasing needs, increasingly complex needs, both medical needs that require specialist medical passenger assistance to assist the child, and increasingly behavioural needs linked to autism and communication difficulties, which require loaned vehicles and again sometimes passenger assistance. There's also an increasing number of children being transported to out-county provision because of the pressure on the specialist provision within in-county, and there's been an increase of the number of pupils going to out-county provision by 61% since 2015. Another issue identified is the use of part-time timetables by specialist schools and our colleges, which means that those children can't share vehicles because their timetables are set during the day. Now, that's a short summary of the demand pressures. Trudy, would you be able to talk about the supply pressures?
Yes, thank you, Jane. The supply pressures that we have are the lack of competition in the market. Currently, we have approximately 120 companies on our DPS system, which is like our approved list. We have a wide range of companies from large organisations to one-man operations, and we have seen an increase in some of the larger companies winning the tenders on price, which discourages some of the smaller companies to put price in. Another pressure which Jane spoke about that relays on into transport is the increase with students with complex needs. Some of our operators, quite a few of our operators, are discouraged to take on the high expectation and the responsibility of caring for these students in the vehicles, which then puts our prices up for people that are actually happy to take that work on. We have a lack of sufficient joined up data between systems and departments to see an overview of HCC owned vehicle use. Pass that back to Jane. That's our pressures on the supply side. Jane, you're muted.
Thank you. Just to continue, so Trudy and I have just briefly outlined the supply side pressures, and the second half of the report is really what we're doing across children's services and environment to overcome those pressures and to try and minimise the pressures going forward on the budget. There's been a lot of work taken forward this year, so basically since January 2020, and in brief, that includes the establishment of an SEN Transport Review Board, and that's a cross-service board to oversee strategic and joined-up policy approach to changes for SEN Transport, both policy and operational. We've recognised how important it is to embed any change around homeschool transport within the SEN Transformation Review. There's a full review of SEN transport currently underway, both policy and operational delivery, seeking both efficiencies in our service delivery and cost, but also very importantly encouraging independence for our young people, and that's linked directly into preparing for adulthood work. Around that policy and operational change, we're looking at a number of work streams, including the expansion of our existing travel training programme into statutory school age, the increased use of personal travel budgets, that's both at statutory school age and 16 to 18, a full review of our 16 to 25 homeschool transport policy, where there is more flexibility to change our policy to potentially to cost savings. For 5 to 16, we already have a statutory policy, so there's very little we can do policy-wise around changing that area, and in that area we're concentrating on operational efficiencies. There's a review of the use of part-time timetables in special schools. We are seeking clarity on the legal aspects of funding children out borough, which is a bit of a grey area at the moment. We need absolute clarity on. We're looking at the provision of medical escorts and undertaking individual case reviews of pupils who travel alone because they are very high cost. And to support those work streams, we've also established 2 working groups, a school working party to seek direct feedback and input from our special school heads, and also a communications group, because we recognise how important it is to ensure that our communications are transparent and consistent, and we're working with HPCI and the Behavioural Change Unit on those communications. Trudy, back to you now for supply side initiatives.
Thank you, Jane. We looked to establish an integrated transport unit, which has been in place since April, and we have a head of the unit who's been in place for 7 weeks, and we're already looking at the overview of children and adults transport across Hertfordshire. We're also currently looking at a small internal fleet of cars to take on normal school hours of transport and the off-peak journeys due to the increase in the part-time timetables that Jane mentioned, which was a pressure. We're also looking at the new initiatives of procurement. Reverse auctions was implemented in 2019 and resulted in some savings, and we're looking to continue this onto a wider scale. And the lack of the competition in the market has shown that market engagement with operators who aren't registered with us needs to be done. So we'll be researching ways to encourage new operators onto our system in an easier way than which actually currently exists. We have already started to look at the HCC internal fleet used currently for adult social care transport, and we propose to install vehicle tracking onto approximately 100 vehicles so that we can establish the usage and downtime and see where these vehicles can be used elsewhere. Now, to enable all of our initiatives to be effective, we started to engage with IT companies to look at vehicle tracking, vehicle optimisation, with a longer term objective to have a transport booking platform that can be used across HCC for any type of journeys required. This should hopefully take the pressure off of the insufficient data we have across the departments and within HCC, so we can really understand where the transport is and pick up on any really high costs. Thank you.
Thank you, Trudy. I think that concludes our summary, so open to questions.
Thank you. But thank you both. It's a very detailed and expansive report, and I think it exposes some of the real costs pressures that we are facing in this sector of the education world. Sharon, you've raised your hand first.
Thank you, Chairman. Just first of all, I don't know what HPCI means, so I'd be grateful for some clarification. It's very difficult trying to keep up with all the acronyms. I appreciate that, and we all use them, so I'm not pointing a finger, but it would be useful to know what it is. My main point, Chair, was that I commend the amount of engagement that's been done through this review with between various groups within the county council, policy groups, heads of special schools, other internal consultees, vehicle companies to look at tracking issues and so on. I commend the fact that the review's gone across demand and supply side. The one gap that there seems to be is the engagement of the service users. I know that parents, the actual service users themselves, have fairly strong views about the subject, and I'd just like to know what is going to be done to engage service users in these fairly significant changes that will be taking place to the provision of home to school transport, special educational needs transport, sorry.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. I think it's a really good point. First of all, apologies. HPCI is Hertfordshire Parents and Carers Involvement, and they are the main community group that we engage with to ensure we are taking our clients' views on board, and they've been engaged all the way through. Back in January to March, we did some work with the consultants in Power to start the review process and get some independent thought and feedback into our internal operational processes and policies. And at that time, we also had extensive surveys sent out to all our SEN entitled children, asking for feedback on what they thought were the issues and the pros and cons of the existing SEN transport. So we have got some of that base data and input already. as we go forward, should there be any significant policy changes suggested or proposed, which I think is quite likely, obviously that will form the part of full public consultation. But before we get there, again, we will engage, we'll have a pre-consultation involving HPCI and client groups to take on board concerns and feedback before we go out formally.
Thank you. Anyone else with questions? Surprised that there's not as many as I was expecting. Paul.
Thank you, and I'd like to also say thanks for the paper. It's quite a useful overview of the service and what some of the pressures are that are on it. One of the things that I note in the paper is that you suggest that one of the difficulties is the part-time timetables that some of these children are studying under, and I just wondered if you could kind of elaborate as to what you mean by that, because I would have thought actually one of the ways that you could make better and more efficient use of resources is if start and finish times were staggered. Now, if we're talking about for a particular school, so if you have a particular school and it has 20 pupils that are SEND pupils, and only half of them start at 9 o'clock and the others start at 9:30, you could potentially use the vehicles twice in short order for transport to that school. So I would have thought that part-time timetables might actually result in more efficient use of individual vehicles, but what you seem to suggest is that the part-time timetables are actually a problem, and I just wondered if you could actually expand and explain why that is.
Yes, of course. I'll come in on this, Trudy, and you might want to come up with some more detail. I can understand where you're coming from, but I think actually the reverse is true. Because children are transported to special schools over some distances, there can be, first of all, from A to B, it can take an hour to 75 minutes. So it's not possible to turn vehicles around very quickly, but it's also done on the basis of pupil location. So with vehicle transporting preferably between 6, 10, maybe 12 children in a small vehicle on postcode locations, regardless of what year group they're in. And if schools start having staggered start and finish times, we'd probably need more vehicles to pick up the same amount of children. So there'd probably be an increased cost. Does that make sense?
I think so, yes.
Okay.
It's the length of time travelled that's the issue, and also the amount of staggering that would be possible. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, and one of the fundamental issues, and this is why it's so useful that we're working in a cross-service board environment, is that there's recognition within integrated services for learning that we need to sort out the part-time timetable issue, not just because of transport, but really more fundamentally around children being in school for longer periods of time, which is obviously what they need to get a good education. So we're working closely together with ISL colleagues on that point, and looking at issuing new guidance or amended guidance for schools.
Right. Okay.
You have a question.
Thank you, Ralph. Yes, I also thought this was a very important report, actually, and thank you very much for all the work that's gone into it. And I've got just a couple of questions. The first is, am I right to understand that the reason we have burgeoning demand is essentially because of statutory changes coming out of central government, to which we are having to react whether we like it or not? And then my second question or observation is, because it seems to me this is actually a very important area where we are having to react to control cost, etc., etc. Will you be coming back to this panel at some point in the future to give us a progress report?
I think it's yes on both counts. In short, the Special Educational Needs Code of Practice was amended a number of years ago, so it's not my specific area of expertise, but around 2014, I believe, which has meant that the number of children with education health cans has increased significantly, particularly because there's more children aged 16 to, well, young people 16 to 25 with those plans in place, which then increases our statutory responsibility to transport. There's also, as well as that change in legal requirement, there are more children simply coming through the system with a level of need, which then leads to transport. And of course, we'll be more than happy to come back to panel to give an update on where we are. And I think potentially this time next year might be good timing for that, because it will allow us to pursue the work streams, and it might even allow us to put some of the COVID pressures and complexities around transport behind us. So we're slightly clearer on the data. At the moment, it's quite difficult to disentangle COVID pressures with other pressures on transport.
Paul, you have a further question.
Yeah, thank you. I was trying to get my head around it to ask it, and you moved on, which gave me a chance to get my ducks in a row, as it were. The question starts out with a question about what a personal travel budget is, because I'm not an expert in this field. I have very limited knowledge. But it seems to me that what it might suggest is we give a set of funding to the parents, and they then decide how they're going to transport their child to school. The concern that I have, I think, on that is that it's listed under demand side measures under the third bullet point as having a wide-ranging review of that. Increased use of personal travel budgets, and what I'm concerned about is that doesn't, I'm sure it doesn't, but I just want reassurance that it doesn't mean applying pressure on pupils' parents to take the money rather than get what they're statutorily entitled to. And also, I mean, there's a question mark in my mind if people are being encouraged to go to the personal travel budgets, actually they may not be getting on a minibus or small vehicle. They may be getting in a car. There is then a knock-on impact in terms of both climate change and our local environment, local pollution. If they're, as I assuming, going in a petrol or diesel fueled car. So have those kind of things been taken into account there?
Yeah, thank you. Again, very good points. Firstly, you're right. A personal travel budget is exactly that. It's giving parents an allowance. Currently, our allowances are based on mileage, so quite simplistic, based on their homeschool travel distances. We are looking potentially to change that into something more nuanced in the future. For children of statutory school age, it's an option. There's no question of enforcing personal travel budgets on any child of statutory school age who's got entitlement to transport, be they in the mainstream or special educational needs sector. It is different at 16 plus, but we're not there yet. There absolutely could be some impact on environmental issues, but most children who attend special schools, and that's where we're looking at encouraging personal travel budgets, already go in very small vehicles, and a relatively large number do travel by themselves already. So it would be wrong to say there wouldn't be any impact, but the impact would be marginal because of the small numbers of children travelling together at the moment.
It's just that, when you think about it from that context, what we perhaps should, from a climate change perspective, what we actually might be better doing is encouraging more kids who are travelling with their parents in single vehicles to use the communal transport facilities that might be alternative options for them. So, I'm just conscious that what we're saying to mainstream pupils and mainstream parents is, don't use your car, use public transport, walk to school. is different from the message that we might be putting out in the demand side. The demand side measures that are in this paper, and what we don't want to do in any of this stuff is confuse the message to anybody. So I just wanted to challenge and push back and say you do, I think, need to think carefully about that from the perspective of having a climate change policy and it seeming potentially to run counter to that.
No, absolutely, we take that on board. Thank you.
I don't see any other questions, so I'm going to put one to the ladies. In our briefing before the panel meeting the other day, we identified the fact that the platform on which you will be able to most improve the situation is a good database record of all the issues that are currently affecting home to school transport. In other words, have a much better knowledge of all the information that's available to you, and to be able to analyze that and come up with the solution that works the best for economies of scale and value for money. Now, you explained to us a little earlier, briefly, the approach you're making to the market to establish IT connections and potential purchasing of facilities and programs and so forth. Could you just give us a little bit more information about how you're going about that and the timescales over which you're expecting to be able to achieve it?
Yes, thank you, Chair. We have looked at different IT systems, vehicle tracking, vehicle optimisation. Our first look, obviously, was what systems are being used already within Hertfordshire County Council. And there are quite a few vehicle tracking systems that are already in place. So we have gone there first to find out how it works, how good is it, does it give us everything that we want. The vehicle tracking, we propose and we hope to get into these vehicles by the end of this year, so that we can get a real good overview as we go into next year of this vehicle utilisation and see where we can, if we can, use vehicles. The vehicle optimisation we're looking at to get in as soon as we can for next year. The transport platform, where we hope to be able to book on transport and see what vehicles are available for any kind of transport that Hertfordshire may need, is more of a long-term goal. That could come in a couple of years' time. We need to get our bases in order first and get the data that we currently have, talking to different systems and talking to new systems. But the main one will be the vehicle tracking, which is our priority, and we hope to have that in by the end of this year.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going, without the absence of any further questions, I'm going to make a proposal. In the recommendation section in the report, there are questions which have been raised as an opportunity for us to consider. But I think what we had earlier on was a commitment to come back to the panel in about 12 months' time and perhaps address both the proposals on the supply side and the demand side, which have been put into the paper as potential opportunities for improving the situation, and for you to come back and give us an update at that point as to how far you've been able to progress the various initiatives that you're proposing in the paper. So I'm going to ask members of the panel if they would agree to that as being our recommendation, that we come back, that the team come back in a 12 months time and give us an update on their achievements in relation to their proposals in support of improvement. So can I ask you to either say agree or disagree or abstain in the relevant position, the relevant chat line? Just waiting for confirmation. That's okay. I think it is. Yep. Okay, thank you very much, and both of you, thank you very much for the paper. It's very enlightening.
Thank you.
We appreciate the time you spent with us and answering the questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item 8, which is the United Kingdom's exit from the European Union update. And I think Guy is on the line and is going to speak to the report.
Yes, I am. Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. I'll give a brief summary of the report, which is before you. So this is to provide the panel an update on the Council's progress on preparing for the UK's exit from the European Union, in particular the exit from the EU Single Market and Customs Union. You'll probably be aware that currently the UK is in a transition period. That was following the 31st of January earlier this year when the UK left the EU, but we've got a transition period which ends at 11 p.m. on 31st of December this year, in which to negotiate our future relationship with the EU. This panel has previously received papers going back actually to 2016 in relation to what was then Brexit, we're now referring to as EU transition. So this is the latest update. As I say, the transition period that we're in at the moment is for negotiation, and the national media, you'll see reports in national media of negotiations that are going on. Unfortunately, at the time of writing the paper and even of today, we still don't know what, if anything, the UK relationship with the EU will look like post the transition period going into 2021 and beyond. I think we will see a lot more within the next 2 or 3 weeks, but notwithstanding that, obviously we need to prepare for whatever scenario we can. So I'd say, first of all, I suppose because we've almost been through this before, almost a year ago now, we were going through the same thing. So we're well versed in this. We've got our battle rhythm going because we were prepared for no deal Brexit back in the last quarter of last year. So we've just put those systems back in place. So 2 main systems to understand, I suppose, are the Local Resilience Forum, which I'm sure the panel will be fully aware of through the COVID and other things that are going on. So due to COVID, the Local Resilience Forum has set up a Strategic Coordinating Group, an SCG, and that has been in place since about March this year. That SCG is now extended its remit to include EU transition. We will only ever have one strategic coordinating group within the county, because by very nature you can only have one group determining strategy. So the current SCG is looking at both COVID and EU transition. As part of the structure within that, the SCG has set up a tactical coordinating group, TCG. And that group is a group that really does look at the detail around Hertfordshire's response. When I'm talking about Hertfordshire's response, I'm talking about multi-agency partnership response to EU transition. So the TCG consists of the police. It's actually chaired by Superintendent Sue Jameson. I'm vice chair of that group. It includes people like Highways England, Environment Agency, military, district councils, CCGs, other health reps, etc. So it's a Hertfordshire response. So that group carries certain risks with it, and obviously we're in the county council, we will cover certain risks. So I'll come on to those in a minute. So alongside that, we've also had Hertfordshire County Council EU transition incident management team, and we've re-established that as of September this year. At the moment, we're meeting fortnightly, but with plans to step up that frequency as October carries on. It's likely to go to weekly and more as necessary. So alongside that, what's really key and vital in all of this is the risk register, both for the LR Local Resilience Forum level and also at the Hertfordshire County Council level. And you'll see in Appendix 1 that I've is the current risk register in terms of the main risks that we see to the County Council in terms of EU transition. Now, the risk register is a live document, so all services have reviewed that. That was reviewed up until the date of publish of these papers, which were 16th of September, but it's an ongoing review, and on a daily basis, I send information that we get from the government to services, to assistant directors in services, to understand if the risks are changing. And those risks are managed and reviewed at every meeting that we have. I don't propose to go through all of the risks under 6.2 or in the appendix, but I'm happy to. But I'm sure there might be some questions around that. Some of the risks held by the County Council go across all services, so there will be financial risks within a number of services, but they are merged together in risks across the whole of HCC. If I come on to funding, the County Council has received some funding for Brexit to date. Under 8.2, we've received £262,500, of which to date 102,500 have been allocated, committed or spent. So we've still got £160,000 in the EU transition pot for use for the most appropriate means as and when they are become clearer. As I say, because we're uncertain of the position of the UK in the EU post the transition period, there's not a definitive spend on the rest of that money at the moment. At the end of the paper is just some useful links regarding EU transition. And that was my very brief summary, Chair. Happy to expand further or just have expand on questions as they arise.
Thank you, Guy. Before I invite people, I think we've got a bit of echo there. Is it gone? Yeah. Before I invite people into a question, I just wanted to make a statement first, and that is that this paper is in relation to the County Council's response to the transition. I would hope that members will resist the opportunity to bring up national issues of rerunning the Brexit debate, etc. I think we should focus on what the paper is about, and that is our response to the situation and what will happen as and when the situation develops at the end of the year. So I note that Sharon has got her hand up first, so I'll ask her to ask her question.
Thank you, Chair, and tempted as I am to restate my position on this, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to ask some specific questions around Guy's report, and thank you for the report, Guy. I think it does make a very fair assessment of the risks for Hertfordshire. My first point, Chair, is that as we when we do get to a conclusion of the transition arrangements, and presumably we will either with a no deal or a deal, which is like a very bizarre quiz show, isn't it? But when we do, I think we need to, one of the things we need to do from Hertfordshire, and we've already talked about this extensively under other papers, we will have a shared prosperity fund, which will be the equivalent of the EU funds that were distributed previously, we are told. If that is going to be the case, I think what we need to be doing from the Local Resilience Forum is stressing that the first priority for that shared prosperity fund should be the recovery of economies that we've discussed under the earlier papers on this meeting, because we have seen very clearly set out for us the eye-watering sums that are going to be facing us, and the potentially very disruptive effect on our economy, even here in Hertfordshire, where we do have some sectors of the economy that are more resilient than others. So I think that's something I'd want to feed back to the local resilience forum, that we need to be saying very loudly and clearly that the top priority for the Shared Prosperity Fund is the recovery from the COVID pandemic. Second, two more detailed points, one on medicines, and Guy has flagged that up under 6.2 as one of the risks we've looked at. We saw in the early part of lockdown that there was already disruption to supplies of some very well used and routine provision of medicines in the county, including things like asthma inhalers, medicines for diabetes and so on. So I hope that we don't see additional pressure on those medicine supplies. It's certainly, when residents talk to me, it's a real concern of theirs that their supplies of their routine medical equipment and supplies will be disrupted. So I hope that we'll keep a very close eye on that. The second one was, again, referring back to Guy's list of risks around disruption. We saw, it was a few years ago now, but when we had disruption of the haulage industry because of petrol supplies, how powerful that industry can be in grinding the whole of our road system to a halt. We have heard already about what looks like a certain type of annexation of a county very close to us in Kent. While we take some of that fairly lightly, we have to think of it seriously, because if the haulage industry is disrupted, it can cause very significant problems for our county. So I do think we have to take those issues seriously as we go forward. So just a few of those points from me, and I won't go on to give my opinion about the whole thing overall, Chair, as instructed by you. Thank you,
Sharon, for your restraint. I hope that Judy will learn from your position. Jai, could you answer any of Sharon's issues that you feel in a position to do so?
Yes, happy to put a few thoughts and answer a few questions. Thank you for your points, Sharon. Very much pertinent. So in terms of economic recovery, I obviously absolutely agree with you. You know, my profession is trade and standards, and helping businesses and the economy is part of our nature. You'll be pleased to know that in the TCG, in the Tactical Coordinating Group that I'm vice chair of, we're looking to have representative from the LEP and or the Growth Hub there specifically for the economic recovery and the effects that EU transition may have on businesses. So we are absolutely, we see businesses as a key part of the Hertfordshire response at the broad partnership level. And actually, there's no way that we can have a response to EU transition without involving the business community and economic recovery. So just to reassure you around that. In terms of medicines, yes, again, it can be an issue, or, you know, people are worried about that. We work closely with public health. So public health obviously sit on the Local Resilience Forum, but on the group that I chair, the County Council group that I chair, they're in constant communication with Public Health England and other NHS people. The sort of backstop for medicines is that 6 weeks supply are held at any one time, and the government are still confirming that there will be 6 weeks supply. Previously, when we were looking at Brexit a year or so ago, the government was going to set up specific links for medicines coming into this country. So public health will be speaking to them about that as well. In terms of transport, you may or may not be aware that the government have recently published a worst case scenario document around transport, specifically looks at that. That's something that I could share a link. If I speak to Teresa or Elaine, I can share a link if that would be useful to members of the panels after, if you want to look at that. But the worst case scenario, the government are talking about 40 to 50% of businesses maybe not being ready, or transport businesses not being ready if there's no agreement, and they think that would lead to probably 60 to 70% of transport taking place. So rather than 100% down to 60 or 70%, that would have a knock-on effect. Something, I think, the worst case scenario, talking about 7,000 lorries potentially queuing around Kent. Now, that's one of the risks that we have at a Hertfordshire wide level, not a county council level, is that if, say, we've got 7,000 lorries queuing in Kent on the M23, then lorries might not want to join that queue, and we might start having lorries parking up or queuing around South Mimms on the M25. So that's something, the risk that we're keeping an eye on, as I say. But that's we're working with government on that. So government attend the Local Resilience Forum meetings as well, MHCLG, attend those. So we have got those direct links. So I'm happy to share that, and hopefully that's helped to answer some of your questions, Shannon.
Thank you, Guy. Paul, you have some questions.
Indeed, I have two. Again, I think quite specific. I've given Guy a heads up on one of them. Like Sharon, however, I will avoid rerunning the debate about Brexit and stick with the specific points about the papers that are in front of us. The questions I have relate to pages 224 and 225. I'll start with the one on 225, which is Med 1 as a risk. Disruption to supply of medicines and consumables. This was the one I gave Guy a heads up on, and the question is pretty straightforward. That, in the light of the COVID experience, shall we say, whilst medicines might be listed as a risk and some assurance has been given from the UK government about it, does that also cover PPE? Now, if we see a second spike of COVID at a point where we're going through a potential disruptive period in transport, are we seeing a double whammy in terms of availability of PPE to try and constrain that second wave? So the question I have is, was that part of what the considerations of the panel when it came up with that risk? Shall I stop there, or shall I go into the second one as well? I'll go into the second one as well, shall I? Okay, there's no response from anybody. Page 224, economic disruption within the UK financial, housing and stock market, increased pressures on HCC's financial position. And it lists a range of different issues there, all of which appear to be relatively short term. Relatively quick impact financial issues. The question I suppose I have at fundamental level is what protracted a period does the risk register cover? Because if it's more than just a few weeks, then actually the risks that we've seen start to materialise in COVID might also be relevant to the Brexit preparations. Namely, that if what we see in terms of the economic disruption, if that leads to an increase in unemployment and therefore unemployment claimants, we see a reduction in the tax base and therefore a reduction in the finances available for the county council. Has that been included as a potential risk in terms of the economic disruption that we might see from this process? So those are my two questions. Thank you, Paul. Right, if I start with the PPE questions, thank you very much for the heads up earlier. So following our discussion, so the government actually this week, earlier this week, a couple of days ago, have just published their PPE, personal protective equipment strategy, stabilise and build resilience. So it's very timely. Again, I can share the link with officers to put that round to the panel if that would be useful. So within that strategy, they are talking about supply chain of PPE. I'll speak about this first, and I'll speak about the risk. So the supply chain effectively is owned and overseen by Department of Health and Social Security,
and they are saying that the UK is anticipated to meet 70% of the forecasted demand by December or in December of PPE for all categories excluding gloves. So for all categories, 70% for all categories excluding gloves. Alongside that, they are stockpiling, government are stockpiling PPE, and they are looking to have 4 months stock of each product category around PPE. Now, within the Strategic Coordinating Group and the Local Resilience Forum, there is a PPE group within the structure. Now, I've spoken to the chair of that group, Brian Gale, who's works for our public health, and they as a group, they're looking at both supply and issues around supply for PPE. So we are linking up with those with EU transition and around that. So the issue with PPE is, so from a Hertfordshire County Council point of view, as I understand it, our adult care services, our community protection, fire and rescue services can't necessarily access the government stockpile. So the government and the Department of Health and Social Security are supplying and PPE to the health services, to the private sector care homes and places like that, as I understand it. So as a county council, we will still need to source our own PPE, which we predominantly do through Herts Full Stop. So there is a risk that needs to be there for Herts Full Stop, and that's something that we will be looking at the next incident management team. In terms of the risk, it is a specific risk of PPE held at the Local Resilience Forum level, and the TCG, of which I'm Vice Chair, has got a specific risk around PPE. Currently, it is shown as medium or material, as you see. As the closer we get towards December the 31st, the more likely we'll know how that risk changed. I'd sort of reiterate that the risk register really is a live document, and it is something that can alter on a daily basis. So if I just, which neatly brings me into your second question, Paul, around financial position. The risk register, by its very nature, is not a short-term risk register. It is a risk register at any point in time to enable us to take decisions and put into place mitigations around this. So I wouldn't see the risk register at all as ending on December the 31st, or actually ending in July or the end of 2021, particularly in terms of the economy and economic recovery. So I would see the risk register remaining a live document, and I see the responsibility of all services to continue to manage that risk. In terms of specific finance questions, you know, I'm not a financial expert, but we do have senior people from finance who sit on the incident management team. But I would probably defer to Stephen, if he's still on the call, to answer some of that. But that's sort of finance within HCC in terms of EU transition are reassessing the risk all of the time to see what that means, if that answers your question.
Stephen, you've opened this up.
Yeah, just very quickly on that, and linking back to the forecast for next year I presented earlier. At this stage in those forecasts, we have not factored anything in for the adverse impact of Brexit on the economy and then feeding through to the local income streams, as you described, Paul. But clearly there is a risk that if there were to be a significantly adverse impact on the economy, it would feed through exactly as you described. Although at the moment, the potential COVID impact significantly outweighs the likelihood around that, I think. But yeah, it's not in those forecasts I presented earlier.
Okay, thank you all.
If I can just come back.
Sure.
So what fully appreciate, Stephen, it is at this stage very much an unmaterialised risk, but I think it's one that is hopefully useful to flag, and therefore, in coordination with the response from Guy about the consumables, could I suggest that, given that that is the risk register is a live document, that the relevant panel, relevant officers, take a consideration of whether modification of what those risks say is a useful thing to do in the light of the suggestions that I've just made. I do think you need to kind of potentially think about those particular issues, if that's all right.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Right, I don't see any other questions, so I'm going to look at the recommendation, which is really to note the report. So can I ask everyone to indicate in the appropriate location if they agree to note the report? Just waiting for the final votes to come through and for the admin team to confirm that they have done so. Yes, okay, that's agreed. Thank you very much. Thank you, Guy.
Thank you.
I'm sure you'll be coming back to us in some time in the future when we do know what we're going to be doing and telling us of the implications of the outcome.
Yep.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Item 9 is the Hertfordshire County Council's annual report. And I think Natalie is going to be giving us her views on this one, supported by Alex.
Oops, that's why, sorry, I was muted. Good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon, panel members. So I'm sharing the Council draft annual report with you today for comment and consideration. The production of this report has been delayed somewhat due to COVID, but it is not far from being finalized now. As the covering report states, whilst there hasn't been a statutory obligation to produce an annual report for some time now, we have continued to do so as it is felt to be a good practice. The purpose of the annual report is to give a summary of the Council's progress against its corporate plan over the previous financial year and to demonstrate also where the money is being spent. This annual report covers the period of 2019-2020, which is the first year of the Council's current corporate plan. As such, whilst not dramatically different, the structure of the report has changed somewhat as well, mainly to match the update provided to the actions in the corporate plan and how we have delivered against these objectives. There is also how we are delivering our vision section alongside the usual financial and year ahead section. So this is again, similar to previous years. I would like to stress that the current design of the report is indicative. And as you will see, there are still a few pieces of information we're still looking to source. This includes the forward section, for example, and we're also looking at including a more diverse set of pictures. As in previous years, the intention is to share and agree the proposed content of these reports before getting it designed by reprographics. So with all this in mind, I would be grateful for your thoughts and comments on this draft.
Okay, anyone with a comment that they would like to make regarding the issues? Paul, you're first up.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Natalie, yourself and your team are not the source of this criticism, because I think you've done an excellent job in pulling it together. The criticism that I would have is that this report had been produced at all. Given that this is not statutorily required anymore, it is largely comes across as, aren't we great? in the middle of a pandemic. And I think that the use of the staff resources for this in that context is probably not wise. I have to say that were it my choice, were it my direction, this particular effort would not have been undertaken in the first place. And I will say very much I'm not in that, because you were basically told that you needed to do it. Actually, you have gone and done what you were asked to do. So it's not a criticism of officers, it's a criticism of the political decision to actually produce this thing in the first place.
Thank you, Paul. I'll address that in a little while, but Judy's got a question that she would like to ask.
I haven't got a question at all. I've got an opinion, Ralph.
Well, Judy, you've always got an opinion, so I'm
exactly.
aware.
So it's not a question. On this occasion, since Paul was nice enough to agree with me earlier in the meeting, I agree very much with him, and my criticism is not directed at officers either. But I do wonder what my constituents would feel and how they would respond in receiving this document at this particular time. And I just think that when we've, all of us, and particularly our officers and our teams, worked so hard at being relevant throughout this crisis, I just think that people would look at me and say, what's this about? Because it's not about where we are and what we're doing. And yes, it's retrospective, it's 1920, I understand that. But at this moment, I just don't know what benefit it would be to anybody at all in my division or my county. And so I've just asked for a rethink, really. Can't see the point. I really can't.
Thank you, Judy. Eric.
Well, I guess I'll disagree, and I'm saying this on a personal basis. There's no political element to this. I think you can't engage or communicate with residents enough. And I think when you produce something that is a really good summary of what the council is about, I think that's a really good thing. So I'm always in favour of this. Always look at ways of keeping the cost down of doing whatever you do. But I think in terms of the content, it's excellent. And I think people will enjoy reading parts of it. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Eric. I'm not seeing anyone else who wants to make a comment. So personally, I think the information that's contained in the report is that which, if I were a resident, I think I would want to know about. What are people doing in the council on my behalf? How are they spending the funds that I provide them with? And how well have they achieved the objectives that they set out when they were preparing the plan for the year? So although I accept the opposition members' positions, I'm not necessarily agreeing with them. So the recommendation is to the panel to invite to comment on the report and before it goes through to cabinet for approval. So I guess we'll take the responses from the two group spokesperson, and we'll pass that on to the cabinet cabinet and along with the final document as it comes through. So can I ask everyone to indicate in the chat line whether they agree or whether they are of another opinion, please?
Sorry, Chairman, can I just clarify just one point there? It's not planned to go on to cabinet for approval. Okay. It's not a cabinet decision.
Thank you, Alex, for that clarification. Presumably, it will be it will accommodate any comments that have been made at the meeting, and then the final document will be produced.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Although I will pass on the comments of the group spokesperson to the cabinet members. Just waiting for final confirmation from the admin team. Are we in a position to move ahead, team? Okay, there seems to be a slight delay in assessing the vote. Vote agreed. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll move on to item 10 of the report, and this is the approval of the redevelopment of Hertford Fire and Ambulance Station, which I think was partially discussed at an earlier stage in the meeting. But I think Chris Bigland is going to present this in support. Is SAS pleasure.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon to you all. I think it's more of a double act, really, if I'm honest. So from an operational perspective, if I may, I'll talk briefly around the fire station and the ambulance station aspects, and then in terms of the technicalities, SAS is absolutely the right person to help panel. So as you say, Chair, this is about the redevelopment of our existing site. The current building is end of life, and so for a period of time we've been, with the support of property team, working with the building to get as much from it as we can. We're now at the end of that road. In terms of the reprovision of service, it is the fire service's aim to keep a fire station in Hertford that works with our operational cover plan and our attendance standards, and so that is something that we seek to maintain. Over the period of the last 3 years, we've been doing a number of site searches to get the optimum solution to ensure fire cover, and the optimum solution that's presented to us is a redevelopment of the site that we're currently on. And the piece where SAS will be able to bring more depth to the conversation is around how we manage that process and the proposed 81 residential units on the site. Throughout the redevelopment, if approved, we will continue to maintain fire cover and ambulance cover from the site, and we will move around the site to allow for building to carry on, but also for fire cover to be maintained. And the other functions on the site will be moved to other fire stations to reduce burden and cost, and into County Hall once we move past the COVID secure phase that we're currently in. I suppose just a final comment in terms of background for the paper. This also contributes to the ambition of the authority to support greater collaboration, which will see our headquarters team and the leadership team co-locating with our police colleagues at Stanborough as part of a bigger programme which we're currently working on. So I hope that gives panel an overview of our intention and the background as to why we need to redevelop the site. Yeah, happy to take operational questions or perhaps hand over to SAS for the more technical aspects of the discussion.
Okay, SAS, perhaps you would take the paper forward, and then we'll ask questions at the end of your presentation.
Certainly, thank you, Chair. So with regard to the fire and ambulance station, as Chris has alluded to, we did look at the repair of the fire station, and from a financial perspective, it wasn't cost effective to undertake those works. We were looking at a minimum cost of 2.8 million for essential repairs over the next 2 years, but that wouldn't have provided any assurance of future use in the long term. It is reaching end of life, and so we had to consider what work was required for it. And after considering the options, we decided to use Chalkdean, who is our development partner. They have experience both in terms of developing residential development within Hertfordshire and also in terms of service-led development. And this would be a hybrid development for them, but they have sufficient experience in both areas to be able to take this forward. Not only would they be able to bring a return on investment for us in terms of a local authority, which I know there's documented in part 2 of the report, but also they would be able to re-provide at pace the essential services that we need, and also to deliver in a phased way, which was really important, because when we undertook a site search, there was no other sites that were available, as Chris has mentioned at previous meetings. And so we knew that we needed to provide in Hertfordshire, and we knew we needed to provide that pace. And Chalkdean were able to do it in a phased way, whereby we would look to put temporary accommodation to the rear of the fire station site, whilst we rebuilt the front of the site. We would look to ensure that the ground floor remained operational, and then above that residential flats. And then once we had moved the services back into the front, so that's fire and ambulance, we would then redevelop the rear of the site. That way we were able to ensure continuity of service provision for residents in Hertfordshire, and also we're able to provide much needed residential accommodation and affordable accommodation in line with the local planning authority's requirements. That's in the form of 81 flats. Okay.
Thank you, Seth. There has been an indication that there is questions to be referred to the part 2 element of the paper. So I'm going to ask if there are any questions in relation to the part 1 paper first. Then we'll move on to the next. Okay, sorry, I'm just reading a chat of something in the chat. Then we'll move on to the next paper, which also has a part 2, so that we can move into part 2 and deal with with both of them if that's necessary. I see Sharon has got a question first.
Thank you, Chair. It may be that my question can be answered in part 1 because it's about the valuation, but it may be a question of policy rather than the specifics that are set out in part 2. I've got 2 questions on this paper. I think not against the principle of the development, but my first question relates to an issue that was discussed at the Community Safety and Waste Management panel, which is around the valuation of the property. We are relying on internal valuations, as I understand it, for this property, and I just wonder, for public probity, whether it would be more acceptable to go for an external valuation as well, because if we're going to work out the eventual cost and accounting for this project, to be relying totally on internal valuations and Chalkdean valuations seems a little bit, doesn't quite meet the standards that I would expect in terms of the probity of the valuation process. If that can't be answered till part 2, Chair, I'm happy to take the answer in part 2, but I think it's an important issue. The other thing is there is a minute from the Community Safety and Waste Management panel that should refer to key worker housing and doesn't. It says key works housing, which I don't know what that is, but that's not what was under discussion. I understand the point about going with the local authority, the district authorities, guidelines and planning principles in terms of affordable housing. But affordable housing is one thing, key worker housing, which is what was intended in the other panel, is a different thing. As our fire officers are key workers, it seems to me that there is a very good case to look at some provision for key worker housing in this development. And I just want us to record that members have raised this issue. Affordable housing can mean not affordable to very many people if you go by some definitions of it. So I would like us just to put that under consideration, whether there is any potential to allocate some of this housing that's being built for key worker housing, which may well benefit some of the very people that are going to work in the fire station. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. I think, Sass, so long as you remain with the policy issue in relation to valuation and don't get specific about this particular site, I think we can deal with it in part 1.
Thank you, Chair. So to take the first question around valuations, to provide you with some reassurance,
The valuations are externally commissioned. So Chalkdean, for every site that we put towards Chalkdean, they would undertake their own valuation with a qualified valuation agency. We undertake our own independent valuation, and then we have a discussion about what would be the most practical, a negotiation around what is the most practical and the most reasonable price to pay for an asset. We have like a red line that we cannot go below, because we need to demonstrate section 123 compliance, which means that we get the best possible price for any asset that we sell as a council, and that is independently verified. So we wouldn't be able to go below that. Just want to provide you that reassurance around the valuation. It's independently verified and assessed. In terms of the affordable key worker housing, we're, as you know, we're a non-housing authority, and we don't currently have a policy for providing key worker accommodation. However, we did look at this as part of this scheme, and Hertford Fire Station it's not a day crewed designated station, and the fire service have confirmed that they have no requirement for operational staff to reside on site. Therefore, they don't require any key worker housing on site. However, there is a requirement for affordable housing from a community perspective. So that's why that's being accommodated as part of the planning requirements for the scheme.
Thank you, Seth. Paul,
Chair, I'm not sure I understand this business about an independent valuation. If Chalkdean are doing their own valuation and we're doing ours, and then we're just sitting down around the table to decide who's right about the valuation, I'm not sure that's independent. Did SAS say that after we've done that and we've got a figure, we then have an independent assessment of that figure? Sorry to push the point, but I think this is quite important. With any valuation, whoever is purchasing the land from us, so whether it's a disposal into the marketplace or whether it's disposal to Chalkdean, they would undertake their own valuation to look at what they would want to pay for the land. We undertake our own valuation of what we would want to allow the land to be sold for. We have legislative responsibility not to undersell. So we can negotiate around certain abnormalities on site, say the land is contaminated and the builder will need to undertake extensive works to be able to utilise it. That's commonplace within the market. Anyone would do that, whether you're a council or a private seller. But the one thing that makes us different is, as a local authority, we have a fiduciary responsibility and we cannot undersell. So then we have to meet our section 123 requirements. So we have to adhere to that legislation, and that means that we don't undersell.
And just to confirm that, Sas, one of the senior officers has to sign that off, does it not?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
But just to confirm, Chair, there is no independent valuation of that land.
That's not true, Sharon. There has been an independent valuation by our independent valuers. If they were being challenged by Chalkdean or by any other purchaser of the site, they would do the same thing, and that is justify their position in terms of the principles they've used to evaluate it. If the purchaser finds that they've mistakenly chosen something which is inappropriate, then it's their entitlement to change their position. That's the process by which a site is finally where the price of the site is finally determined. Paul.
Thank you. My question, I think, follows on a little bit from the discussion that we had, the question that I posed in the earlier item, because I wasn't hugely reassured by the answer that you gave previously, because what you said was what's in the paper, that you'd been through an assessment of alternative sites, including ones, and I forget the facility name, the annex that was named on the County Hall site, and come to the conclusion that they weren't viable. But the assessment, as far as I can ascertain, must have been undertaken, given where we're at with this paper, some months ago. If that assessment was based on the utilisation and availability of space on county council assets as of pre-COVID, the situation that we might find ourselves in 3 months' time is going to look very different. Without the we're in a changing situation, and if the situation changes, the outcome of an assessment of availability and appropriateness of a site might change too. So how assured can we be that there really isn't an alternative site on County Hall? Maybe not on that annex, maybe somewhere else that previously was in use but might not be subsequent to the I can't remember what the programme was called now, but the programme that Scott was mentioning earlier about changing our working patterns, that we haven't got somewhere that would be more appropriate and easier to deliver and more cost effective than the site that we're currently proposing.
Chair, would you like me to answer?
I was waiting for you to come back.
So with regard to the identification of sites, we did consider County Hall, and we had some detailed meetings with colleagues in highways to look at the mitigation measures and the restrictions we have in that area in terms of a response from emergency vehicles. And it was deemed that the measures that we would have to put in place would be too costly compared to reprovision on its current site. Its current site is the preferred location by the Fire and Rescue Service, and it's also the one that we identified as preferable to any other. We've been undertaking an accommodation strategy for many years, for the last 18 months to 2 years, and we've been identifying alternatives for some of our key operational sites, and we did consider at the time Hertford Fire Station, but it wasn't considered to be viable to deliver it from the County Hall site. So that's why the most cost effective and the best solution is the current site and the current programme.
So can you just clarify precisely what you meant there? Is it the road layout and the road structures for the movements of the emergency vehicles that is the problem here, or is it the physical site itself?
Both. You'd be pulling out onto Bullock's Lane, so it's both. It's the constraints within the local highways network and also the local issues with emergency vehicles on and off a site. Perhaps Chris would want to come in from an operational perspective.
Yeah, I thought I would, if that's all right, Chair. So in terms of our risk modelling, we plot all of our attendance standards and our attendance times. And so by pushing ourselves up into the County Hall site, that adds constraint to the attendance times. So just in support of what Sas has already said and perfectly covers it, that is where we need to be if we want the optimum attendance standards.
Okay, thank you, Chris.
I was just going to come back on that, if I could, to Chris, because clearly what had changed is an improved. Were you on the County Hall site instead of where you currently are, you would see improved attendance times to the southern half of Hertford, surely, because you're there actually more proximal to them, but worse to the north of Hertford. Is what you're saying is the geographic modelling suggests that the majority of the population would see reduced attendance times if the site was at the top of County Hall?
Yeah, what we're looking at is a pan-Hertfordshire approach with the fast road network to be able to put optimum cover in for the whole county.
Right, and being slap bang on the A414 is therefore a significant advantage, right?
I'm afraid it is, yeah.
That's fine, that answers the question, and I'm happy I've got a full and comprehensive answer now. Thank you.
Great. I'm just checking that I haven't got anybody else who wants to ask a question. No. There are extensive. I'm assuming now, Sharon, you don't need to go into part 2 to ask any other questions.
No, Chair, thank you.
Fine. Then we'll stay in part 1 and take the recommendations as they are on the order paper. I'm not proposing to read them out. There are 4 of them. 2 of them are quite extensive. So can I take it that the panel is recommending that this be approved by Cabinet, please? Indicate in the appropriate chat line. Nick, I'm not sure you're necessarily a voter in this situation, so perhaps you could resist the inclination on the next meeting. Sorry, next item. Okay, I think we have agreement on that. Thank you very much, everyone. Moving on to item 11. Increased in the executive member board delegation approval limit for Hearts Living Limited small site loans. I think, is it Gemma who's going to be presenting?
I'll be covering this, Chair. Thank you, everyone. So another report that references Hearts Living. You will be aware the reason we established Hearts Living, as discussed in the last item, was to enable us to get a greater return on our sites when we disposed of them by going through this route than just on the open market, but also enabling some control around quality and issues such as policy compliance for affordable housing. For residential development, there are 2 main routes we have established to take that forward. The first is the partnership between Hearts Living and Morgan Sindall, Chalkdean Limited, and that typically is used for larger sites of maybe more than 20 dwellings. For smaller sites where that vehicle is uneconomic, we use Hearts Living directly to procure developers to help build out those sites. In order for Hearts Living to do that, we need to establish a loan facility to provide them the funds to buy the site in the first place from the council, but also then to undertake the development activity, and then repaying those loans through the sale proceeds and any residual profit returning to the council through the dividend payments. We did establish an initial facility for this back in the summer of last year of £5 million. The pipeline of sites coming through now means that we need to increase that facility to £20 million to enable all of those to be developed. I must stress this does not mean that we simply advance £20 million to Hearts Living. It's simply the Cabinet would establish the facility, and then Hearts Living would need to bring forward the individual detailed business cases for each site, which would be for the Director of Resources and executive member to then consider whether loans were advanced for those schemes. One additional point just to flag that's in the Part 1 report, we make reference to the current consultation that is underway for the Public Work Loans Board. That's the government body that lends money into councils. There is a consultation underway on how that might operate in the future. That's primarily addressing concerns that government has around councils who've been using that for commercial property investment. You may recall we did establish a plan to do that and undertook our first purchase back in November. As a result of the consultation, we have placed that activity on hold until the final proposals are out. We do not expect that the final proposals will affect residential development that we're trying to undertake here, but there remains some risk that the final proposals may be different to our expectations, in which case we will just need to revisit at that stage accordingly. So with that, happy to take questions if there are any on the Part 1 report.
Is Ralph still with us?
I'm not sure, but I can see.
Apologies, I hadn't realised I'd left myself muted as well. So Sharon, yeah, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. The question from me is about, I accept the need to move quickly on property matters and that this delegation is necessary. However, I think as a matter of good practice, it would be better if we did get reports back to this panel or cabinet, I don't mind which, when this process has been used, because I think it's important that there is a matter of public record when that those loan facilities are agreed. So even if it's retrospective, then I hope we get regular reports on Talk Beans activities anyway. But I think as a matter of good practice, be reporting back to this board when those loan facilities are agreed by yourself and the director, Chair. The second point was on the Public Work Loans Board. Extensive lobbying's gone on to ensure that it doesn't, any changes the government might make don't impact on residential development, and I sincerely hope that is the case. Unfortunately, a very small number of authorities, as you'll be aware, Chairman, have absolutely gone mad on borrowing from the Public Work Loans Board, and that means that the rest of us who are making very prudent investments in commercial property have had to deal with this change to government policy, which I think is a shame, because we don't get quite a lot of authorities now don't get any grant funding from the government, and this was one way of making sure that our revenue income streams continue to provide for the needs of our residents. I hope they're not too stringent in their application of changes to the Public Work Loans Board conditions, and I would say especially when it comes to the provision of loan facilities for residential, because we need to be providing more housing.
Thank you, Sharon. I'll ask Paul if he wants to ask his question first before referring back to the answer to your initial proposal. So, Paul.
Funnily enough, what Sharon said was virtually what I was intending to say. In the concern that I expressed, and I expressed it to Stephen during the briefing for this, I will express it in public here, is that there appears to be little, if any, democratic oversight of when this facility will actually be used. It's not a good look. Now, one of the things that we did establish when it came to the commercial loans that Stephen mentioned was that the decision went to a panel which did have opposition members on it. I can't remember whether that was retrospective or not, but I think that this expansion of this facility should trigger a similar process to the one that we implemented on the commercials loans facility, so that there is that sort of a democratic oversight of what's happening in this process. I think we need to be seen to be open and transparent, and that allows at least a modicum of that to be demonstrated. Whereas what we've got in front of us, I personally think, is a little bit too closed from an outside perspective.
You ask Scott if he would like to respond to the operational issues that those two proposals generate, and I'm going to resist the opportunity to say something from a political perspective, but I'll allow Scott to perhaps address it.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Certainly the matter in relation to the commercial investments was primarily due to obviously the size of the investments that were that were going through, and obviously the risks that were attached to those investments as well, as we were moving into that new arena. But obviously all of that has now been put on pause as a result of the latest consultation regarding PWLB borrowing. So with regards to the process that we've established regarding the pipeline of sites going through whether it be Chalkdean or also HLL, is that would be within the sort of the policy delegations that the cabinet have already agreed, and through consultation both with Ralph and myself, we would then sign them off. It would be up to a matter for the chair and the committee to decide, in terms of report backs that they're looking for in terms of what we are doing, which is absolutely no problem at all. But in regards to the government arrangements that are in place regarding the constitution, I'm content that we have the arrangements in place to be able to sign those off through the delegations.
I'll just make a few comments regarding the difference between the commercial and the residential areas. The commercial decisions were taken by a panel, or were delegated to a panel, which made the decision based upon reports that were received from external and internal departments and or valuation and other supporters of the proposal. We did agree that we would issue afterwards a summary of the decision and the reasons for making that decision, to enable, in particular, those members of the MAG, the members of the advisory group who oversee HLL, the opportunity to raise any questions they subsequently had at the next MAG meeting. And that took place, and that was the process that we agreed. I think if we were to take every single item, every single issue in relation to this delegated power through this panel or any other panel or cabinet, far too small an arrangement for cabinet, it would become far too cumbersome. The opportunity to look at the proposals which have been agreed is through the MAG process. And the report that will be provided by HLL at the MAG would include a comment on the various projects that are being considered, as well as those which have been going through. So on the basis of operational efficiency, I don't see there being a need to intervene in the decision-making process which is being delegated here, but review can take place at the MAG during the MAG process. That would be my
Chairman.
Yes.
Can I'm on the MAG, so that helps me, but that is not a public process. So what we do, as I said earlier, we do get regular reports from Chalkdean to this panel, and I think just a summary of decisions taken around this loan facility in those regular Chalkdean reports would put that back into the public domain, even if it's retrospective. I'm not suggesting any sanction on those. I think just a retrospective report back would mean that those loan decisions were recorded in the public domain. And forgive me if I wasn't clear when I was talking about the commercial decisions on the Public Works Loans Board. I wasn't talking about Hertfordshire or any of the authorities in Hertfordshire. I was talking about other authorities that have unfortunately made the situation difficult for the rest of us. That wasn't intended to reflect on Hertfordshire.
I appreciated that, Sharon, and I share your view in relation to the somewhat excessive arrangements that have been made through some local authorities to use the loan board as a banker of last resort and provide themselves with hundreds of millions of pounds worth of commercial property purchases on the back of it. But that's another subject. I'm still not necessarily agreeing with you on this one. There are a lot of operational issues which have to be taken by both the director in consultation with me on many other subjects, and I don't see these as being particularly of a nature which would require us to be any particularly worried or concerned about those decisions being made. I think the MAG as an opportunity to look at it, and I'm not necessarily suggesting that we try and hide things, but I think operationally this is a process which is being used through the council on many situations similar to this, and I don't think we should be reporting necessarily on every individual decision taken.
Could I just respond? I mean, one of the things that we're talking, what we're talking about here is land and property decisions. Now, as I understand it, the policy position in terms of disposal of properties is that any property where a disposal price, cost, whatever, however you describe it, is over £1 million, that is supposed to be a decision that's made by panel or cabinet. But what we're saying here is that we can actually undertake loans for property reasons up to £20 million with delegated authority and no democratic oversight. And therein lies my nervousness around this.
That's a good question, Paul, and I think, and I'm not sure, but I'm going to ask Scott if he'd confirm that. I don't think this arrangement suspends the delegated levels of decision making. What we're talking here is an arrangement for the facility to be available. The decisions that are to be taken should be taken in accordance with the protocol, and that is, and I can see Scott nodding his head that that's the case. So it won't suspend the delegated levels of appropriate decision making. Those will still exist, and where value exceeds that which can be authorised by Scott, it will have to go to cabinet. Scott, can I just ask you to confirm that?
Apologies, Chair. Yes, no, I can confirm that is the arrangement.
Right. So can I just get, so I've got complete clarity in my head. So the situation is that an asset is declared surplus to requirements for the county council because it's an asset of worth £1.5 million. Because it's an asset that's declared surplus to requirements, the decision about it moving from the operational adult care services, for example, into Chalkdean would be one that would be made at cabinet panel, and the loan facility to enable the investment in that area for its subsequently development would take place later. Is that what we're saying here?
No, I think the situation is that what we're agreeing here is the availability of the money, the £20 million, as a funding source for HLL to purchase sites from the council. Therefore, if there is a site that's going to be sold to HLL, it will be decided upon on the delegation matrix. That is, if it's less than, I can't remember the specific arrangements, but if it's less than 500,000, then it's made by potentially Scott on his own. If it's less than £1 million, it's Scott in consultation with me, and if it's more than that, then it's the cabinet. Now, that business case would be put, or the sale of that would be in accordance with that protocol. The funding of it is a different issue, and that's what we're agreeing now.
Okay, I just wanted absolute clarity on that, because that's perhaps where my misunderstanding comes in, because what I was clearly wanting to ensure is that there is some democratic oversight of the disposal of sites, and it seemed to me the way that this was described that might not be happening where there was a transfer under this scheme into the associated company.
I absolutely understand your question, and I'm just going to return to Scott to make sure that he confirms that what I just described is what would take place.
Thank you, Chair. I just wonder whether Stephen's just got his hand up if there's something he wants to add first, and then I'll confirm. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Just very, very quickly, yes, Paul's entirely right that there are effectively two separate decisions in this: the disposal of the land on the one hand, and then the delegated authority about the loan. And indeed, right about the fact that normally sales of more than £1 million in value would come through to Cabinet for that approval. You'll see in the Part 2 report there are some sites above that threshold, but as they were originally planned to transfer to Chalkdean and we're actually selling to Hearts Living rather than Chalkdean, the decision around disposal was already taken as part of those arrangements. If anything came through in a future pipeline that was above that threshold, it would need to adhere to those requirements.
Okay. Can I ask? Is there anyone who would? Sorry, Bob. You put your hand up.
Yeah. Thank you, Ralph. I just wanted to echo what you've just said, which is that my understanding is that what we're discussing now is just a loan facility, and it therefore seems to me that it's effectively operational management. And I would echo the line that you've taken in your response to Paul. Therefore.
Thank you, Bob. Is there anyone who would like to ask a question which relates to the Part 2 document? Because if there is, then we would need to move into Part 2. But if there isn't anyone, then we'll deal with the recommendations which are currently in Part 1. I don't see any hands up, so I'm assuming that that's okay. And the recommendations in the Part 1 paper are two items which approve the loan of £20 million and delegates delegates the decisions to the Director of Resources in consultation with the Resources and Performance Cabinet member. So can I ask if you would indicate in the appropriate chat line if you agree, disagree or wish to abstain? Thank you. Just awaiting confirmation from the admin team that votes have been counted. Okay, we have confirmation that that's agreed. Thank you all. It's been a long meeting. But I thought there was so much important papers in this that we needed to have a full and open discussion, and I hope you're in agreement with the fact that we needed to provide for that. Thank you all for attending and your contributions, and we'll meet again in the next meeting of this panel, which I think is in December. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ralph. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ralph.
Goodbye.
Have a good afternoon.